Hey guys, how you doing? Sorry about that. Welcome to Third Wave Trades. Thank you guys for joining me. My first live. Let's see. Can you guys hear me? No sound. Cool. All right. Let's see what's going on. All right, guys. If you guys see my chart over here, I basically have the what I think is the projected wave count right now on a minute time frame. This is the overall picture that we're looking at. So right now, I think we're basically in a finishing up a fifth wave. This count would be invalidated if we break below, not the entire count, but if we break below this point right here, around 257.43, then a fourth wave is lower, right? So this is probably a larger A, B, C pattern playing out. I think we should be getting a bounce over here. Like I said, this is our invalidation point. So if we break below this, we're most likely in a larger ABC pattern. Looks like we broke it. All right, so looks like we're going lower for this fourth wave. Just get pushed back a little bit. just to give you guys an overall count of what I think is happening right here. So you guys can see over here we have we got this 1 2 1 2 setup, right? So this is our third of that sub minuet degree, and then we should be completing something like this. So this is our fourth fifth. We should be getting another 4 around the same area as our previous fourth, and then going higher. These are some major resistances, so I think we'll probably get close to 262, and breaking that, then our next resistance level is going to be around 268, 266. Yeah, around 266. It's kind of what I'm looking at right now. Let's push that here. So if you guys were trading this like on a scalping like type of basis, or if I was trading this on a scalping basis, then basically what I'm looking for over here would be a bounce for this move, and I would not get in on the first wave up. I would wait for a second wave retracement and get in over there, right? So essentially you're gonna get a 5 wave move. You're gonna get a 5 wave move. So you kind of want to just wait on this move right here to see if it breaks a previous low, a previous high, and then essentially once you create that higher high, you come back for this second wave low. That's basically your entry point. You're gonna look for it to balance at like a key support or a demand zone. You can use fib levels. Um, that's basically where you're looking to buy, right? Because if you don't want to buy, you don't want to go and start chasing this over here, and then as soon as you get in, you should get that second wave retracement, right? Especially if you're playing contracts, you're dealing with the IV data and all that. So you kind of want to just try to catch this move right here, from this bottom to this top. Right now, I'm kind of just waiting to see from this fourth wave low, wherever this fourth bottoms out at, which will probably be somewhere around here actually, because that was our previous fourth of the lesser degree. We'll probably bottom somewhere around here. Then you look for a strong bounce, look for like a candlestick pattern that signals a reversal. Come out, take out this. Most likely, this is a B wave. Take this out, and then when we come back for this second wave, that's really kind of like when you want to start timing your entry. See if we bounce right here. And I'm gonna go over this kind of like bigger picture wave count, but basically we're here right now, right, guys? So in the larger picture, we're here. We just bounced at around this 239 level, right? And that's like the fourth wave of this entire move right here. Or at least this is one of the counts that I have. I'm gonna go over a couple of different counts. This is my primary count that I'm sticking with right now. Um, and you guys can see it's basically a 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 setup. We have this third, we got our fourth, fifth. Now this is another fourth, so we should be completing this move right here, and then essentially it's just ping ponging higher. Right. So again, we're here right now. So we're looking to be in this type of move, right? Going towards that 300 dollar level. All right, so this right here, this looks like a pretty good bounce, right? One is kind of like where we're expecting it, being this previous fourth wave. And you guys can see the candlestick pattern that we got, right? So it's almost like a hammer candlestick pattern. Let's see how we close with this next candle if we get any confirmation that we're going higher. Yeah, there it is. You don't want to jump the gun though. You kind of want to wait for the candlestick pattern to close. But you guys can see over here we got good volume on that bounce. So essentially, we would be looking for more volume on this candlestick pattern and a close higher. After that, we're going to look for our 5 to cross over our 9 EMA. And that could be like a good scalp entry, like literally just get in right here and then just let it ride for a bit. And then once you see a little bit of weakness, just get out. 2.5 minutes left on this candle. Are you guys trading Tesla right now? You guys scalping, day trading? You guys just holding long positions? Let me know. Let's see. This looks like a good reversal right here. It's 5 minutes to close. Nice. Okay, you're long, Joshua. Sorry. How are you playing it, Joshua? Are you just like you holding shares or a long time shareholder investor? Or do you have contracts, far out contracts, leaps? 40 seconds for this candle to close. All right, so looks like we're getting a good close. The volume's not quite as high as I would like it to be, but I think this is a early indication right here that we're bouncing, right? So from this candlestick pattern, we got the bounce right at the level that we wanted, and we got confirmation with the nice candle going higher. So now we're basically just looking for the 5 to cross over the 9, in my opinion, and that would be like extra confluence. Oh, uh, 1 second, guys. Oh wow, went away for 2 minutes. All right, so yeah, if this closes right here, then that would be a pretty bearish engulfing candle. So let's see. That would just, yeah, that would invalidate it. Yep, there it goes. Let's see. Okay, nice, Josh. Um, yeah, so over here looks like the fourth wave is still finishing up. Let's see if we do a fib retracement over here on this entire third wave move. Yeah, so it's right around the area where you want to see the bounce. So the 38% retracement lines up with our previous fourth. Yeah, that's kind of like why you have to wait for confirmation. I really wouldn't get in on that first wave. It's because you never know when it's actually going to happen. So, like I said, that's why I kind of just watch it to see. I want to break this previous B wave high. This is most likely the B wave. You want to break that for the first wave up. Don't get in just yet because you know that a second wave retracement is coming, and then on that bounce, um, that's usually at the 61.8% retracement level. That's kind of when you want to go long. Let's see. So me personally, guys, I think that this is more of a swing play the way that's playing out. I You could definitely scalp it and day trade it, but I think the best way to play this play right now, like Tesla, just in general, is to just go long. You guys see my videos, and I think that we are going to hit the 300 level. So in terms of like what are possibly like good places to get in, obviously where we had that bounce right on the 21-day EMA. Show you guys chart pulled up here. Yeah, so right here, on the 21-day EMA, this bounce right here would have been a good place to go long, like with 4 hour contracts, and like this 300 level is my next target. Just so you guys know, like the overall bigger picture. This is where I believe we're headed. We'll probably see some resistance uh, back in this channel top over here where we got rejected the first time. It may chop a little bit once we get there, but once we break out of here, I think we move out, we break out, come back, retest it for support, and then we move higher until we get to this level. So the micro count I kind of just do as like an exercise for myself, but yeah, I'm not a scalper, not on this play at least. Some of the things that I look to over here, guys, is the RSI and my price oscillator. Got that there. So using this tool kind of like helps you with the wave counts right here. So usually what you're gonna see on a third wave move on the price oscillator, that's when you're gonna have your highest peak, and then a fifth wave will actually have a lower peak, right? So you basically get that divergence. Price action, the fifth wave will go higher, right? So like over here in this case, you guys can see right here we had our first wave. Second wave is basically on the downside right here, and then on our third wave move, that's where we get our highest peak. This is our fourth wave, all of this because we had a long corrective fourth wave move. And then we got a fifth wave over here. And that you guys can see basically forms a divergence with price action. So even though we're making higher highs in our price action, we're making lower highs on uh, the price oscillator. You could also use RSI, MACD, but that kind of like helps you determine your count. Like if you don't know, like if this is a third wave or a fifth wave, you kind of use some of these other indicators to help you to determine that. Thanks, Joshua. I appreciate that. Glad you guys can find some value in it. Let's see if this now is the real bounce. This is likely our A, B, C pattern right here. That gives us kind of one-to-one with the A and the C waves. All right, measure it out. It's actually slightly more than a one-to-one. Similar move right here, right? So where we had this last time, where they kind of faked this out, we're getting a similar move right here. Shooting star, looking for confirmation. Want to see a nice high close on this candle. I remember last time on the confirmation, we didn't see high volume. So this candle would like to see high volume as well to know if we're getting a reversal. I hit a buy today at 258. You reckon it'll recover today or tomorrow? Um, yeah, I do think so. Would you buy a call like for a like an expiry tomorrow's expiry? I mean, the only thing that would be working against you really would be theta, because I mean, in my opinion, I think that this I think Tesla is going a lot higher. The question is if you're in like call options that are expiring tomorrow, then you will you have theta working against you. If you got them for like next week's expiry, I think you're definitely good. Tomorrow it's cutting it a little bit close because price can like stagnate for like a little while. What I see happening is that we go up to we go up to test these resistances, right? So if we jump in right here, so okay, so I see you probably got in somewhere around here, and now it just pulled back. Well, yeah, okay. So right now it looks like we're getting the reversal that we want. I do think the fourth wave is finishing up, and then we should move higher. Um, But yeah, I think for right now, you definitely got time. This looks like a good reversal pattern coming. I am looking for a first wave up and then a second wave down. So if you could break even somewhere around here, or I would definitely not hold it for this move, right? So once you get back to this level, maybe find a good break even price, or maybe you could even get some profit. But it all depends on how we close right here. Because the fourth wave, we haven't really gotten confirmation that the fourth wave is over and that we're starting this fifth wave rally. Once we start this fifth wave rally, we should be able to move pretty decent. Oh wow. 18K on 5 times leverage. Yeah, I mean if time's no like, no real problem for you, then I think you're fine. 262 for a day trade. Um yeah, I mean it really all just depends on how fast the price gets there, right? Like this first wave could be relatively quick. It's really when you're going to lose time, what's going to take a lot of time are the corrections. So that's why like selling around here, and I don't know that it's going to 262. I'm just using that as a target because that's one of our major resistances right now. But essentially, I want to see this play out in 5 waves, which should be relatively quick once we get the bounce. And um, after that, you're looking at a long kind of correction, so it's going to be pretty choppy. So you know, will this all happen within the day before we move high? Because then after that, we move higher again, right? So it really just depends on how fast this plays out. But I think, yeah, 262 would be a good target. And then, you kind of just don't want to be in any play really for a correction. So if you're day trading this, like you get in here, if we get the bounce, you sell at a resistance level, whether it's here or around 260 or 262. If we break through here with volume, and you get out. You just don't want to be in second wave moves, and you don't want to be in fourth wave moves that just go sideways or retrace lower. Yeah, no problem. See, we're still waiting for the like confirmation of a bounce right here. Like this is right now, there's no confirmation that we're actually bouncing. We had the beginning setup of it, like with the shooting star pattern, but the follow up candle is not looking that great. So let's see how we finish with this one. Oh wow, where my screen go? Give me 1 second, guys. All right, I'm back. How are we looking? Oh, no problem, JS. If you have any more questions, just let me know. I'll try to make it, as clear as I can. But a thing that I always try to mention to people is that there's a there's two parts to trading, right? There's the analytical stuff, the analysis, which is what I'm doing here, and then there's like trade execution, and they're two completely different things and two completely different skills. You could be a great analysis and a horrible trader, and vice versa. You could be a great trader and terrible at analysis. Like trading really just depends on you and your psychology. Mastering greed and fear and things like that. Whereas analysis is just just reading the chart patterns and everything. Obviously, if you could be good at both, if you have a little bit of skill in both, then you're gonna be pretty profitable, in my opinion. But yeah, that's why it's kind of hard for me to say for somebody, where to take in, where to take profit and things like that. Close above 255 on this 5 minute would be a god sign, a good sign. Yeah, no, I agree, 100%. Good call, Gossam. See if we get it. We closed. Yeah, we closed at 255.60. So the only thing I don't like about the close is the wick we leave up here, right? So that's somewhat bearish, right? It means that we have resistance up here, right? See if we can come back and take it, fill that wick now. Volume is above average. All right, getting the push. Still below our EMAs, guys. So that's definitely something that we're going to be looking for is to get the crossover between our 5 and our 9. The blue is my 5 EMA, and the orange is my 9 EMA. Okay, it's a nice push. 3.5 minutes left on this candle. Potential bear flag forming on the 5 minute. 5 minute. Oh, you're saying this right here. That would be our pole, you're saying, and then this would be our flag. And then we could get a breakout to the downside. Yeah, yeah, definitely the potential for that. But just in terms of the wave count where we are right now, I feel pretty comfortable with this wave count. I think our fourth wave, if we could say that this is the bottom of our fourth, it would be in a good area, right? It would be right around the low of our previous fourth, which is a pretty hard and fast rule of Elliott wave. The fourth wave normally comes back to the fourth of a lesser degree, right? So this is our lesser degree in the white right here. This is our 5 wave count of a lesser degree, and the count that we're looking at now is this wave, this 1, 2, 3, 4, and we're looking to get this fifth wave over here, right? So the lesser degree 5 wave move is the entire third of this larger degree move, right? So this fourth wave coming around here and this being the bounce is actually pretty decent. And in terms of our fib retracement, if we were to measure it, we're looking for around a 38% retracement, 38 to 50% retracement, and we kind of bounce right on the 50, which is decent. Anything more than that would be a little bit a little sus, honestly. But as long as we're above the first wave move over here, it's a valid count, right? That one of the hard rules about Elliott wave is that if you have a 5 wave move, right, the bottom of your fourth can't be in the territory of your first. So if you get something like this for like that, that's not a valid 5 wave count where the four is actually coming lower than your first wave, right? So we don't have that right now. Our fourth wave, you guys can see, is clearly above our first. So the count is still valid right now. It looks like we're getting the bounce. We're getting a decent candle move over here. 50 seconds left. Let's see if we can finish close to 256. Eventually, I'm looking for this move also, our 5 to cross over our 9. And then once we can be confirmed in the bounce, basically we're looking for a smaller 5 wave move to form our first wave, 3 wave move to come back down for our second, and then this would be a good buying opportunity for someone who's looking to go do a quick scalp, right? And then like these would be your potential take profits at these levels right here. And we're still definitely getting resistance at our basically at our 9 EMA. You see, we keep getting rejected there. We're below it right now, so definitely want to break over those EMAs. Now, guys, if this were to happen, right, where this comes lower, right, this move ends up going lower past this red line, and it comes into this territory, then what? That's basically a sign for you that your wave count is wrong. So at that point, then I would have to go back and look at this and see like where I messed up at. Like maybe there's something off on my count. So right now, as you guys can see, I have it like this. Let me clear up some drawings. Right. So right now, I basically have it as this 1-2-1-2 setup. 1-2-1-2. This was our third, and now we're looking for our fourth to be finished. And so we can start the fifth wave higher, and we should get another fourth, and then another fifth. That's what I have it as right now. We'll see if that gets invalidated or not. The real point of invalidation will be this red line. I'll just draw this out over here, which is above this first wave move right here. Well, actually, it would be this first wave move right here. So we have a lot of room for this to move lower if it needed to do that. Just work that out. So this is our point of invalidation for this count. Meaning the fourth wave can't come lower than this red line. This is kind of like what I'm looking for right now, basically. The first wave move to take out this high right here, or you can say this high. Right, so we're looking for a first wave move to go take that out, and then a second wave move to come back to, and then this would be a good entry point, in my opinion, to go long, to play the upside. What else are you guys trading besides Tesla? What else are you guys looking at? Take a look at some of the other things. Let's see. Nvidia, how's Nvidia doing? Nvidia is at 408. Let's see what we got here. BA. Okay, somebody had asked me about my BA play, and looks like we got the bounce that we needed. See, this is another one of those potential 1-2-1-2s. So it looks like we got the bounce that we needed, and this should be going a lot higher. I gotta do a follow up on this. Mara, the mining stocks are looking pretty decent. It's looking pretty good. Palantir. Let's see. Palantir looks like it's rebounding nicely. I gotta do the wave count on some of these. And then that's Neo, and I think Neo is gonna be a big play soon, guys. I'm gonna do a video on that. Basically, I think there's gonna be a huge buying opportunity for Neo, like long term, like just buying and holding shares or getting like leaps. I think it's gonna be a really good opportunity. But I'll do a follow up video on that. Basically, for Neo, I'm looking for I'm looking for it to get above this 30-week moving average right here. Right, so right now you guys can see we're basically hovering over it. This is the weekly chart. We're hovering under it, so looking for a strong break above that, as well as this previous high. And then I think that would be a good signal for taking a long on Neo. And then this is AMD. How's AMD doing? Okay, AMD is at 111. I think this is also kind of in the fifth wave move right here. I got to do a video on AMD. But back to Tesla. How are we doing? So if I would go down on a 1 minute chart, just try to understand this wave count. This could potentially be, obviously, if it breaks lower than this, it would cancel this out. But this could potentially be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, A, B, C. No, it would probably have to be something like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like a leading diagonal with an A, B, C. And then look for a bounce. But that lower than this point would invalidate that. And then that could be our first wave. We're looking at the 15-minute chart. All right. Yeah, so right now, guys, we're below our EMAs. So nothing bullish is going to happen while we're under these. So we need to get above these EMAs before anything really takes off. I do think that this is our low, but I mean it's not that I think that it's not our low. It's just in a good place for it to be our low. So, but we need confirmation that we're moving higher. So far, we have not been able to get that. This right here is a good sign. Volume is still really low though, so we're gonna need this to push out, get that cross on our EMAs, and for volume to pick up right here. So we want this to cross over this line right here. We want our volume to pick up, but this pattern right here, like if this closes like this, it's a good, um, it's a bullish candlestick pattern. Tide could be turning. Let's fix this. We're gonna make our first wave move going higher. And then we're looking for a second wave pullback. About 4 minutes in this candle. Nice. Okay. This could be it. We've been waiting for. Still 3 minutes in this candle. Price action is looking good. It all really just depends on where this candle closes. Right here, looks like we hit a low with volume over here. So if we can, if the volume can pick up on these next couple of candles as we stair step higher to cross over with these EMAs, I think that could basically be the signal that we're going to start this move up here. I mean, a lot of good news has been coming out for Tesla. Polestar Automotive signs deal with Tesla for supercharger network access. We've got Model 3 in China. How's Triple Q doing? SPY. SPY is looking decent. All right. So the price action looks good on this, but the volume is just still not there. Really need the volume to pick up. Without the volume, you're not going to get this push. I'm gonna start looking to see if there's another potential count on this. We can take this as a 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then an A, B, C. I mean, that's another possibility, right? So, like, another possibility is instead of this being just a 1, 2, 1, 2, the way that I have it drawn up here, is that that was our fifth wave move. I don't think so because the indicators aren't showing me that. But in other words, if this was a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we have a A, B, C move over here. I mean, overall, it still means that we're going higher. It's just what's the exact count? I think my first count is still a better count right now. And overall, guys, you guys can tell that this is clearly bullish because we're making higher highs, higher lows. So as long as that pattern persists, we're good. One, two, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you, JS. I really appreciate that. Does anybody in here do you guys trade Elliott Wave? Do you guys use Elliott Wave a lot, or what? How do you guys like to trade in terms of technical analysis? What do you guys like? Because I'm always trying to learn new things. Elliott Wave is like my favorite style of trading, but I'm trying to add more to my toolbox. I like Elliott along with EMA, SMA, sometimes diamond hands. You must be a former ape. Shout out to the apes. I think they're still holding strong right now on AMC and GameStop. All right, so the volume is really low right now. So that just tells me that this is all consolidation correction. So this will be our first point of invalidation, we'll say, which basically means that we're not in a 1, 2 going higher because your second wave can't go lower than your first. So this would be the start of our first uh, in this minor time frame. So if we break below that, then we know that that's not the case. And this second red line over here is basically the invalidation point of the wave count that I have right now. So if price were to break below 251, then this entire wave count that I have right now is wrong, and I would have to see where I basically messed up. Really choppy right now, huh? It's like really this whole area right here is like there's buyers and sellers just really just battling it out right now. So what else is moving in the market, Gossam? Any good plays out there? SPY holding everything, testing 436 numerous times, but able to bounce each time. Okay. Yeah, as long as SPY holds, as long as the indices hold, then it should be good. I think on SPY we are moving higher, honestly. In terms of SPY's wave count, I don't have it labeled over here, but oh, that's the SPX. Maybe I have it on my SPY chart. No, I don't have it. I have to do the labeling on SPY, but my triple Q, right, for all the tech stocks and everything, I think we are basically in the middle of a third wave. So I think we're getting this wave higher on the triple Q. So if that runs higher, obviously that's going to bring Tesla higher. Okay, this is a nice push. Market seems to be setting up for downside test. Bear flags forming on many tickers. Hmm. Yeah, yep, for sure. There is a bear flag forming right here. There's your pull. This is your flag. And then If we break to the downside, then yeah, that's what we're gonna get. I don't know. I feel like this is it. I feel like we might get pushed to the upside. The volume comes in right now. Just being able to hold this level for so long, I think bears will get exhausted. We are looking to cross over. Like the crossover looks like it's getting closer and closer. All we're really missing is volume. Go on 1 minute. See the sideways trading right here. Yeah, so if I do the wave count on this, this is probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's our A. This move up was our B. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe we get another move to the downside. I mean, that would be like a zigzag pattern, unless it's really hard. Oh, okay, it looks like we're getting the breakout. Here we go. Here we go. Let me get back on the 5 minute. Look at that. There it is. That's the breakout that we were waiting for. So we got. I mean, it needs to close. It definitely needs to hold up here. Can't be too premature in it, but you see the volume is picking up. This was on this candle. So this candle, we're 30 seconds into it, and the volume looks like it's going to increase. Our 5 is right around our 9, and we're above both of our EMAs. Tesla breakout. Can I get a oh yeah? Oh yeah. 4 minutes in this candle, getting the crossover right here. Okay, this looks good. This looks good. So all right. So then if this, yep. So this is probably our first, second, third. This might be a pretty decent move, and then look for a fourth to come back, and then a fifth to complete this smaller first wave. 3.5 minutes in this candle. Volume is looks like we're gonna make higher volume on this candle. I'm gonna go to the 1 minute so we can try to see the waves a little bit better. All right, so this is probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is probably a first A, B, C, and then this is probably your A, B, C right here. Actually, no, I think this could possibly be our first, and then our second, and then a 1, 2 for a 3. Two and a half minutes. Can you do a quick micro count here? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. So I'm trying to go on the 1 minute to see. Do you think Tesla will beat on deliveries for Q2 23? If so, what is your projection? Um, I do think that Tesla is going to beat on their deliveries. My overall projection, so I'll be completely honest with you. My take on Tesla stems primarily from the technical analysis. Like that's just my bias in terms of fundamentals versus technicals. I think price action is king. So the price action tells me, based off of the Elliott wave count, that we're going higher and that we'll come back and test this channel top right here, which was around 276. If we could break that 276, I think we can go and test this 313 level. and I think it'll be like relatively quick if we can break out of this 276. If we get rejected at this level right here, I think we come back down, and then you can see we form a basic double top pattern, and then that could be potentially bearish to bring us back down. But I do think that Tesla will beat on the deliveries. Asim said, I believe, yes. So far, multiple countries have report beat. Australian news came this morning. Yeah, yeah, I saw that news article as well. All right. So this is definitely looking like a third wave move. So for right now, we're gonna go ahead and say that this is the bottom of our fourth, right? And then we'll probably say that this is our first, uh, second, and we're doing a move like this. All right. So this right here, guys, looks like a really, even if like you were scalping this would have been a great scalp entry. As you can see, price action moved a lot higher. We got the cross on our 5 and our 9 EMAs, and we got it with volume. So next target is going to be 258. Break above that, next target would be 260. I'll be right back, guys. Just give me 1 minute, all right? All right, back. Sorry about that, guys. Had to grab a cup of coffee. Nice, thank you. Let's hope so. I appreciate the live stream. Very nice. Tesla to the moon. Thank you, Alberto. I really appreciate you being here. And I do think Tesla is going to the moon. And I don't say that jokingly. I really do. Okay, price action looks really nice here. We're above our 5. And we bounce off of our 5 and 9 EMAs. So that tells you like that's good support. Just as a general rule, guys, like on a smaller time frame, I like to use the 5 and the 9 EMA. And then on a larger time frame, if I was looking at the overall like bigger picture, um, that's where I like to use my 21 and my 50 EMA for support. So this would be like the daily candles, the daily chart, and that's where I use my 21 and my 50 EMA. But on a smaller time frame, 5 minute, 15 minute, the 5 and the 9 EMA is what I use. All right. So now in terms of our wave count, this is probably playing out something like this, right? And then those 5 waves are basically going to make a larger first wave. Let's see, what price oscillator? Yeah. So we got our 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This third might not be finished just yet, actually. Probably do something like that. Go to the 1 minute. All right. Yeah, so on the 1 minute, I think you can see a little better. There's a first, second, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This will probably finish up our third, and maybe get a little bit more chop for another fourth, a fifth, and then that'll form our uh, one larger degree of our first. And then I'm looking for it to retrace after that. Unless this could also be a 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Kind of just see how it plays out. Yeah, it'll probably top out somewhere around this same level right here. Like that's kind of like a new resistance. Somewhere around this level right here. Let me top out for a first, and then you'll get second wave back. But in terms of a day trade, I think wherever this second wave pulls back to would be a nice entry. 258. So like while this is playing out, if you guys are interested, I'll kind of just show you guys what I'm looking at in terms of the micro count. Just, but a little bit the entire picture on the micro count. So right here. Hold on 1 second, guys. Scalp Tesla on the break of 257 with 257.5 strike and sold on this 258 test. Thanks for the call out. That's awesome. Great job, Qasim. It's a really nice quick scalp. Yeah, so I think that actually your exit was a great exit because as you can see, like with this wick to the top side, it's most likely coming back to do like a fourth wave move over here. So yeah, you 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you probably have another opportunity to scalp again, but it'll be a fifth wave, so it might not be as nice as this. It won't be as nice as the movie you just caught. But the real I think next play then is going to be after it does this move right here, right? And you're going to see this pull back in three waves, and we'll measure it out. We'll find like a good demand zone and everything for where it could possibly bounce at. You're going to look for a bullish uh, candle reversal pattern, and that's I think a good place to get in to go long for this three. And this three is basically going to be uh, we're going to look for a level that's basically 161% of wherever this wave one ends. If that makes sense. I try to like your comment, Gossam. I'm not sure if I'm doing that right. My first live stream. Oh, I pinned it. I pinned it. I don't know if I can like just like it. Full flag on 5 minute. You mean this right here? Like that's our pole, and this is basically our flag type of pattern setting up. Yeah, I think so. Probably see it better on a 1 minute. Yeah, so the bull flag pattern is very you'll see that often in these 3-4 moves, right? So um I'm gonna make a video probably on how you can spot regular technical analysis patterns within Elliott wave, like the cup and handle, head and shoulders, inverse head and shoulders, bull flag, double tops, double bottoms. They all like normally appear in particular areas of a wave count, right? So like wait, I don't want to get away from this move right here. I want you guys to see it if it does break out. But yeah, so like if you have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Then what follows is normally a A, B, C. Now somebody who's not using Elliott wave is gonna just say like, oh look, a head and shoulders is forming right here, right? You got your left shoulder, you got your head, and you got your right shoulder. But that you'll always find that pattern in the Elliott wave sequence if you know where to look for it, which is basically going to be your left shoulder. The peak is going to be your third wave. The fourth is the bottom, and the head is basically going to be the fifth wave, and the right peak is always going to be a B wave, right? So if you know where to find these patterns, right, in the wave count, it it definitely just helps your technical analysis. But yeah, good call out, Gossam. So yeah, I think this is our first and our second. Let me move this out the way. First, second, third. This fourth is now playing out, and then we should get this move up. Looks like Nvidia is moving up too, right? There's a 3 hour. Let's go to a 5 minute. Nvidia could be a good move as well. Can you share something? Your next video with waves and the relations to chart patterns will be interesting to see when head and shoulder cup and handle flags can be used within the waves. Definitely, yeah. Honestly, I'm working on a couple of videos and tutorials, but I'll definitely do something like a short video um, on just like the basic rules of Elliott wave. You know, like all the basics and the fundamentals, the core rules and things like that. Because once you get a grasp on that, then all the other stuff is basically just rules that you just have to memorize over time. But it's like playing basketball, right? You learn how to dribble, you learn how to shoot, you learn how to pass, and then you just put all those things together in different combinations, and you get better. So yeah, for sure, I'll definitely do a video on that. What did you say? And you're in a 260 strike call. Nice. For what expiry? For this week's? Oh, no problem. For next week. Awesome. Yeah, yeah. Next week I think you're definitely safe on that. Definitely good on that. It's all about entries and exits though, right? Like that's kind of like why my channel is called Third Wave Trades. I personally just believe the best trades are made when you can in a get a good entry in the beginning of a third wave and just basically ride the entire wave up. Um, so even yeah, if you were able to catch something like down here and you got a 260 strike for next week, you're sitting really good right now. And this guy's is like I was saying before, this is my overall picture of what we're looking at. Drawing, and this is like kind of like how you can when I put my videos out, I really don't show you guys all of this too much because it's just like too much to talk about. So I kind of just give you guys the bigger pictures of what I'm seeing. I think that's what most people are interested in anyway. This is all like you know the detailed work that really goes into it, and it's basically just wave counts on wave counts. You have different different possible counts. This is the count that I'm looking at right now, and if this count is correct, it's extremely bullish, and Tesla is probably going like literally to the moon, like possibly even 400 in a couple of months. But it all just really depends on how this plays out, right? Because the way that Elliott Wave works is it'll give you a few paths that it can take, right? And I think it's a major misconception on people who don't really understand how Elliott Wave works is that they say, "Oh, it doesn't work. You always have like 50 different scenarios." But the thing is, like, as the price action starts, like let's say from point A, the beginning, there's 10 different scenarios. Then you watch the price action plays out. It's basically a process of elimination, right? So as you get to this point, in the row, then let's say three paths are eliminated. They can no longer be in the running. So now you have seven paths to choose from. And then you watch the price action play out a little bit more. And now there's only five possible scenarios. And then only three possible scenarios. And then you get down to like two scenarios. And then you go with the one that has the higher probability. Like that's high probability trading. And that's what Elliott Wave provides. So right now with this count, um, there's uh, there's a lot to see how it plays out from here. But the way that I have the count going right now is try to show you guys how this makes sense right here. All right. So some of these. This is a technique that I use that I actually picked up from a really good a book by actually it was sitting right in front of me. Her name is Constance M. Brown, and she was like a hedge fund manager, and she's big on Elliott wave, and she provided this technique. So basically, you just draw boxes around your waves, and it kind of gives you price projections, help you understand what you're seeing a little bit better. I'm gonna hide this the minor and minute. So we're kind of like in this red box right now, right? So, and I want to stay. I want to make sure I'm paying attention to the price. So we're at 258.12. So basically, guys, this is what I see in terms of the micro count. We have this. This is our middlemost point. So that's like the center of our move. So when we hit around 250, that's the middle of this entire third wave move, in my opinion. And from there, you kind of just project outwards. So you have this, your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? And now this whole 5 wave count becomes the third wave of the next degree out. So then this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of a larger degree. I'll change the color on that, right? And now this becomes the third wave of a larger degree. So that should actually be 1, 2, 3, and then this is that 4, and now we're getting this 5, right? So it's kind of hard to know exactly where how high this fifth wave is going to go. We can do some projections and stuff, and one way is basically using the fib extension tool. We're looking for 61.8% of this entire move, waves 1 and 3 of this degree. So that kind of brings us to that like $300 level, right here. So that's kind of where I'm looking at as the next price target. And there's other ways that I'm seeing confluence in that price target as well. So if I draw these trend lines out, at there. So you see the fib extension is giving us price target of 301, right? And then if you draw these trend lines, which is basically connects the tops of all these wave threes right here, you can come up with a projected the next time that we'll hit that level around the 300 mark would be the 28th. So what's today? Well, today's the 29th. No, the 28th of July. Well, that's not right. I think I'm on the wrong scale. Well, yeah, because we're already on the 29th. That was yesterday. But essentially, we should be reaching this trajectory. So we could even possibly go higher than the 300 level. But this was definitely a very steep retracement. So it kind of makes me think that there's a couple of other AMD breakout. Oh, let's see. AMD. 5 minutes. This. Okay. Yeah, I see the breakout move right here. AMD is another one of those that I think is on gonna make a massive rally. Good call out. Let me see. I have the chart. Pretty sure I did a wave count on this. There it is. Okay. Yeah, so this is the bigger picture. Could be headed a lot higher for a nice third wave move over here. And oh yeah, this is what I wanted to see. So we got the bounce in like this demand zone down here. Nice bullish candle. That's on a week. Let's go to daily. Definitely a nice reversal over here. So we see over here we had this gap. We came in, filled this gap, got a nice bounce around this demand level. So I think that this was a third wave. We had an A, B, C move, and now we should be rallying higher. I think AMD is definitely a good play to be in for sure. But yeah, guys, this is back to Tesla real quick. This is the overall picture that I'm looking at when I'm giving like you guys these wave counts. So this whole move, right, is this move right here was our move from our January low that got us to 217. Like it started at $100, got us to 217. Then we had this BC or WXY three wave correction pattern, and now we're looking to do this move right here. And this move is basically made up of a series of ones and twos. So that's basically where we are right now. Where we are exactly right now is in here in this fourth wave, looking to go higher to complete a fifth, which I think we could possibly see 300 on this move right here. And then obviously that five wave move is going to be made up of five waves and etc. Right? Because it's all fractal. That's the whole point about Elliott wave is that it's fractal. You have five waves. Each one of those five waves are made up of five waves, and then it just goes on and on. All right, so we're getting this pullback right here. So 1, 2, 3. This could be your fourth wave forming down here as the A, B, C. That looks like a three wave move, and then this should be a five wave move. Looks like a possible expanded flat playing out right here. That's our A move, B, possibly our C wave down here for our fourth, and then we should get our fifth. So I mean that's how I see it right now. So when things are correcting, guys, you're basically looking at a couple of basic corrections. You're looking at a zigzag, which is made up of a ABC, right? And you can tell it's a zigzag because its shape is basically like this. You have a very long A, you have a B that comes about 50% back up of the A, and then you have a C that's kind of like a one-to-one with the A move. Then you can, so that's your zigzag pattern, and then you have flats, which are more sideways moves, where you have an A, you have a B, and then a C, and overall you can tell like it's not as steep of a retracement. So usually you'll see zigzags in wave twos because you get that's where you get your steeper retracement. So you get a wave one up, and then you get a zigzag that comes like really far down at least usually to the 61.8% retracement. Then you get a third wave move, and that's usually when you get a flat. You'll get an A, B, C. The fourth wave is usually more of a sideways correction as opposed to a deeper retracement, and then you'll get your fifth. So it would make sense for this to be a flat, but the other possibility is that this could just be the entire third up here. And then flats, you also have three types of flats. You have your regular flat, which looks like this. Then you have a running flat where the B actually goes higher than the point of origin, and then the C ends shorter than the ending of wave A, right? And then you have your expanded flat, which is similar, but then the only difference is that the C wave actually goes deeper than wave A. So those are your main patterns. Right here, it looks like what's playing out is a expanded flat or fourth wave, but that would all really depend if we get the bounce right here. Can you do a micro count on the expanded flat? Oh, okay, yeah. Let's see. So this is the 1 minute. So basically, you have an A, B, C over here for your A, and then you have an A, B, C over here for your B, and then your C wave is always made up of 5 legs. Right? So it looks like you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and now you guys can see it looks like over here we're getting the bounce. See this reversal pattern right here, where we wick to the bottom. We got like basically a hammer candle pattern. We close above here. We should get back above our 5 and our 9 EMAs. We get that reversal, and then this could be a good entry for a fifth wave or a fifth wave move right here. But you want to wait for the confirmation. You want to wait for the close. You don't want to just get in prematurely. That makes sense, Gossam? And then see right here how this is the top of our first wave over here. So this fourth wave can't go lower than here. So this would be our invalidation point. If the price action goes here, then it just tells you something's off about our account. But over here, we're perfectly good. Does the fib retracement work for micro? Yeah, it does, but uh, it definitely works on all counts, right? Like that's the ideal. But I think as you go more and more into the micro, the less and less reliable it is, right? But we could test it out. So if this is our second wave, and that's the top of our third, you want to measure the retracement of the entire third wave move, and you're looking for actually worked perfectly over here. Um, so nice call out to bring that up. But yeah, so that's extra confirmation because a fourth wave usually should come around 38% retracement, and that's right where we kind of got this bounce. The wave count makes sense. You got ABC, ABC, and 5 on your expanded flat. So overall, it looks like this is the bounce right here. So this would be a good fifth wave trade. But how high could the fifth wave go? Usually, a price projection for that would be 61.8% of waves 1 and 3. So around 259, 260, we could see this move up to 259, 260. Another price target is a 1-to-1 with the wave 1, which puts us around 258.30. So, I mean, I would favor this move right now. But basically, you're looking at like 258.50 to 259 on this move up if this is the fifth wave. Erase some of these drawings. So we'll put a box at where we think the target is. Basically somewhere around here. Got in a quick scalp for 257.5. All right, let's see. I think that's not a bad move at all. See, we're above our 5 and our 9 EMAs as well. I think we got the crossover. But this is on a 1 minute, actually. I should be on a 5 minute. There you go. Yeah, so you see how I had to go on to the 1 minute to really understand this wave count. Tight stop loss and above the EMA. Nice. Love to see volume come in over here, but usually on the fifth wave, you're not going to get as much volume as you would on a third wave move. And actually, what you'll start seeing over here is let me see. Do I have the RSI? RSI indicator. So you see over here on the RSI, we should be able to see divergence on this fifth wave move happening. So this was the top of our third wave. Our fifth wave should make lower highs on the RSI, even if price goes higher, right? Price goes higher, you should see this divergence happening where price is going higher, but on our RSI, we're actually making a lower high. And that'll basically tell you, let you know that basically we're topping out. And because that's basically a bearish reversal pattern right there. On the 1 minute, so we get a better picture, right? So even this fifth wave, right, it should ideally be made up of 5 waves. So if maybe this is the bottom, and this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or this is 1, 2, 3. Maybe a third wave is coming, third, fifth. All right, it's pulling back a little bit, but that's probably your 1, 2, and then you should be getting a 3. Let's see how this if this bounces over here. All right, if this breaks below this point right here, then most likely this this was the top of our third. Uh, Sorry, this was the top of our third, and this was our fifth up here. And then this is an ABC pattern playing out for this entire move. Still not favoring that, so let's see if we bounce. But if it does break below that point, then that's invalidated. Yeah, looks like that's what's about to happen. Because even this, it looks more like a three-wave move right here. 1, 2. Yeah, I think this might have to change our count. It's holding right now, so let's see. This right here is our. This would be our invalidation point for this count that we have up here, and then it's most likely playing out as a zigzag move for this entire move up. And we could be headed to back down to 255 if it breaks below this point. And basically, guys, what that just means is that um, this is the entire 5-wave move, which is this entire first wave, right? And um, and then this, we're basically playing out this second wave move now, right? So that would be the alternative count. Take some of this. $257. So it looks like we're bouncing above that area. It's giving us some pretty good support. But until we get above our EMAs again, I would be cautious. Yeah, honestly, I think I'm starting to lean towards this count based off of the RSI, because usually the RSI, the peak, is going to be on your third of your third. So Something like this is possible, where this is actually a 5 wave count right here. I say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, and then this would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I don't know. I think I'm kind of leaning towards this right here. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you have an ABC pattern forming down, and this could just be a B wave on the inside, right? So you could get something like this, where this is your A, this is your B, and then you get a C down over here to complete this larger second wave move. Because your B is still going to be made up of 3 waves, right? So the B could be made up of an A, B, C like this. And the only reason why I'm saying this alternative count is because of what I'm seeing on the RSI. See this bearish divergence right here. So price action going higher, making higher highs, higher peaks, but on the RSI making lower peaks. So that right there is a good indication that we were going to move down. It's pushing right now, so okay, and we got decent volume. But now, see, this is often what fakes out a lot of people, and it faked me out a lot in the beginning too, and it still does sometimes. Honestly, is that you see this move to the upside, and you see strong volume, but that strong volume is often isolated, and when the volume is isolated like that, it's not followed by more higher volume. What that tells me is that this is a B wave, right? Exactly what I basically just drew up right here. That this is an A B C playing out, as opposed to this being the start of a higher move up. I could be wrong, but I've seen this happen many times. It's happened to me many times that people often get faked out by a B wave move up. B wave is often accompanied with a lot of volume, but it's isolated volume, and that's kind of like one way that you can distinguish that from a higher move up. But as of right now, we are above our EMAs. So until we break below that, then the price action is bullish. So basically, the two scenarios are that this is our larger degree first wave move was made up of 5 waves. Now you're getting an A, B, C in the form of a zigzag. And the second option is that we still have one more wave up before we get the retracement. Because I don't really like this fifth wave in relation to this third and this first, but technically it's well within the rules of Elliott, so you can't count it out. I would say that if we break below our 5 and 9 EMA the next like candle or two, um, then we're most likely having this scenario play out. But you see, guys, that's why, like, I mean, I'm zoomed in, just following the price action right now. But zooming out, I wouldn't, me personally, I wouldn't play this entire first wave up at all anyway. I would want this whole move to be done completely, and then I would want the second wave done completely. So, like, ideally, if this is the entire first wave move, and then this is the second wave move that plays out, that's when I would start looking to play it, because that's what gives you a good trade setup. All this is basically, it could be this, it could be that. There's a bunch of different scenarios. I like to wait for some of the scenarios to eliminate themselves, and then you're left with a higher probability setup. Release this for now. This target box is for our first scenario that we had, which is, it's still technically on the table because we never broke below this. So that's basically that scenario is that this is a one, two, uh, three, four, and now we're getting a fifth. The three was actually here. Yeah. So this scenario is basically we're getting one, two, three, four, five into this box, and then we should pull back. This scenario, the orange scenario, is that we're already in the pullback A, B, C. But again, the real way to play this, in my opinion, is to wait for the larger third wave setup. Once all this kind of clears out, and then you get your target box somewhere around here, right? Once you know the first wave is done completely, then you can get your target. So if this is the first wave, then our target box would be around the 61.8% retracement, which would be around 255. The golden pocket is what we call it. So if this scenario is playing out, then we're looking for this price action to come in here, and then then you could play along. Um, then from here, you could look for a bullish reversal pattern to go along, and this would be a very nice trade because it would be a third wave move, which are usually the most impulsive moves. All right, so see right here, guys, it looks like we are breaking now to the downside, right? Because our EMAs are crossing back to the downside. Sold the scalp, 8% return on this 258. Nice. Nice, Gossam. Also, this is C waves are also very nice scalps also. So usually, like, I like to play third waves and C waves. So this is most likely a C wave playing out, right? So then you have, sorry guys, I know my drawings are all over the place and making it hard. Uh, but basically, this orange right here, right? This is your A, B, C. This is going to be a C wave move down, is what it looks like. And the Z wave is basically made up of five waves also. So you're going to get a one, a two back up, a three, a four back up, and then a five. So even right here, see where it's like choppy? That this is probably the top of our B wave. So you had a A, B. Now you get a 1, 2, back up. If it gets rejected, most likely we are coming down for this third, fourth, and fifth in this box. But see, even right now, it's still perfectly possible for this to be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. May not reach that target box, but because technically this second wave never broke below this red line. So both scenarios are still possible. That's why the micro count can get very tricky. All right, so now this scenario is no longer possible because we just broke above here. But this could still be just a larger B wave. A, B, C. Honestly, at this point, I would probably just favor the first scenario that we had because then there'd be too many counts. There'd be too many waves. Yeah, A, B, C. Kind of just gotta let it play out. But ultimately, I'm looking for this box. This second wave retracement is gonna come. Whether it's gonna come right now or we have this one move higher and then we come down. Once you get into this box right here, that's where the main play is gonna be, in my opinion. Right, and the reason for that, guys, is basically because after any 5 wave move, this is like a very easy rule of Elliott wave that you can just, if you can remember this, um you can always make money off of Elliott wave. Is that any 5 wave move is always going to be accompanied by a 3 wave move and then another 5 wave move. That's like a very basic rule that sometimes people overlook because they get caught up in the ABCs and the 1, 2, 3s. But basically, this setup can give you either a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 setup, right? Or it could give you an ABC setup. You get an A, B, and a C. But ABCs and 1, 2, 3s, like they're always going to be 5, 3, 5s. If your first move is a 5 wave move, then you're always going to get a 3 and another 5 after that. So whether it's to the down, whether it's an ABC move, and then you're going to bounce, or a 1, 2, 3, then you're going to get a 4 and 5 higher. You can always play C's and where C's and threes overlap. I feel like I'm not making that like too clear, and I apologize. It's kind of hard to explain. Let's see. We really just need this to decide which way it's headed right now. So if it gets into this box, we know that's our fifth. Then we're moving lower. All right, it looks like it's choosing the downside. So right here, guys, you see like this could be made a 5 wave move, right? I personally don't think that that would be the fifth wave, right? I would rather take this as a B wave, because well, a C wave of the B wave move. So this is your entire B, and your B is made up of A, B, C, and your C wave is going to end in 5 waves as well. So so now we should possibly be getting 5 waves down this way. So the same way you have one, two, three, four, fives inside of one, two, three, four, fives, right? It's the same with ABCs, which is why it gets kind of like tricky talking about it. But so like let's say you have an A, a B, and a C, right? And let's say it's a zigzag. All right. So your your A wave is going to be made up of 5 waves. Try to just make this easier to see. All right. And then your C wave is going to be made up of 5 waves. But your B wave is going to be made up of 3 waves. So your B wave is made up of another ABC, right? So now this pattern can just basically repeat like infinitely, right? On different scales. So then this A wave could be made up of 5 waves, and this B wave could be made up of 3 waves, and this C wave could be made up of 5 waves. Likewise, this first wave could be made up of 5 waves, and then this is an A and D C for the second wave, and it just goes on and on and on. So that's why, like when I'm talking about it and I'm saying like, okay, this is a C wave, but it's the C wave of a B wave, and then this is a C wave of a larger A B C move. You know what I mean? So it's tricky trying to talk about it and explain like I see happening. But that's also why it's like I try not to play too much of a micro count because you could really like get lost in all of it. The larger the count, right? So like if you go on a daily, it's pretty clear. It's pretty simple. Like this is your one, this is your two, and this is your three. This is on daily time frame, right? And then you can see this is your first wave. You have an ABC for a second wave, and now we're in a third wave, and then we're gonna get an ABC for our fourth, and then we're gonna get a fifth. Okay, nice. It looks like it's moving higher for the first scenario then. So we can eliminate this for now. And then we can go back to our first scenario that the first wave wasn't complete. And this is our fifth. This is our larger fourth. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 playing out. All right, so now I'm pretty sure that the first wave is done because we took out this high for this potential third, and we did so again, making a lower high on the RSI. If we were to pull back here now for a second wave, that's where you would kind of want to time your entry. In terms of this wave count, then you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. All right, so now I feel like this pullback is gonna come now. If this is now we got our first wave move with our fifth in place, then we should look for a target for a second wave move down to this area between 256.28 and 255.65 roughly. And then that should happen in about three waves rather, something like that, before we bounce and go higher. All right. So you see that? You see that drop right there? We caught it with the bearish divergence on that fifth wave top. See how it looks on a 5-minute. Okay. On the 5-minute, you can see like we're wicking out. So that's a reversal pattern as well. But yeah, I mean, this is, I think, the best evidence is that we have this bearish divergence. So we should sell off now in the three-wave ABC move down to that golden pocket area. And then once you guys see a bullish reversal pattern around here, I think that could be a potentially really good move, because then what we're looking for is a 161% move of this move, right? So this move took us from 253 to 258, right? So a $5 move. You would be looking for a move to take you now to 264 from this low from 255. So a potential $9 move right here. But obviously, we just have to wait for this correction to play out. right, so there's the pullback. I'll be back in a couple minutes, guys. Just gonna leave this up over here. See if this plays out like this. So that's our A wave probably forming right down here. Should be getting a nice B wave up, and then a potential C wave into this zone right here. All right, guys. So I'm basically just waiting for this ABC to play out right here, and then this would be a long position once we see a bullish reversal pattern in this box. All right, so this could be it. So again, for anybody like who's not too familiar with Elliott wave, it's a very basic premise, guys, and the premise is basically that market moves in predictable wave patterns, right? Whether it's going up or down, you have impulse moves, which consist of 5 moves up, and then you have corrective moves that consist of three moves down, and then it's fractal in nature. So whereas this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wave move, and then this is a ABC, this whole thing can be a larger one wave up and a second wave down, and then another third wave up. And then this third wave up would be consisting of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and your corrective move down would consist of 3 waves, right? So it just goes on and on and on. And there's certain rules and there's fib levels that you can use to measure how far they will go and things like that. But it's definitely a useful tool to have along with other basic technical analysis tools, right? Like so your trend lines, your basic price action and candlestick patterns, then your actual patterns in terms of like head and shoulders and plays like that. But when you put all of that together using like Elliott Wave, what really Elliott Wave does is it gives you it's kind of like a guidepost and gives you a good uh, directional viewpoint on where something is potentially headed. It gives you a couple scenarios, and then through the process of elimination, it eliminates scenarios so that what it leaves you with is the best, highest probability setup. Hey, thanks, Prime Support. Appreciate that. I see you commenting on my videos too, so I really appreciate the love, appreciate the support. Glad you're with us. So basically, what we're looking at is just the ABC setup, an ABC for a second wave down to this golden pocket area, and then a potential third wave move happening on a minor time frame. But that move could still give us like a nice $9 push to around $264. So this ABC is actually probably going to be a little bit longer now that I think about it, because this was our entire 5 wave move for an ABC to just to be that short. It doesn't seem as likely. So most likely it'll play out where you get a 3 wave or a 5 wave move down, most likely a 3 wave for your A, and then a larger B, and then a larger C. See, see how it plays out. Hey, Levy. Awesome, awesome. I'm so happy you're here. Yeah, I've been seeing you comment as well. I really appreciate you guys. Really appreciate the support, the comments, the likes. We're still growing, but hopefully we can get more supporters. When I made the channel, I really didn't find anybody like doing too much Elliott Wave. Like I see a lot of people doing Elliott Wave on like the indices and stuff, but like individual stocks and lives and things like that. So I just figured there's other people out there who either know Elliott Wave and they want to see it, or there's people who don't know Elliott Wave and want to learn it. So if it's giving you guys value, I'm happy, and I really appreciate you guys, and hopefully I can keep giving you guys good content. Any stocks that you guys want to see, like let me know. Eventually, I want to start doing where you guys just give me like kind of like long, like a bunch of call outs, like live and stuff, and then I'll take a look at it. And I could still do that, but some of my charts don't have my wave set up, so I could look at it in terms of other technical patterns that I see. But Tesla is something that I've basically been following for a while, so I'm pretty passionate about Tesla and Nvidia actually. So that's kind of like what I just want to look at right now. And Levy, I don't know if you were here earlier, but I was kind of talking about in my last video how I was mentioning about how I want to get into the micro count, and this is basically what I see playing out. I have a couple different counts, but this is one of them. And if this is the case, then it's really, really bullish. Um, and we're basically here right now. Let me draw that out for you. We're basically here, and I think we are moving higher in a five-wave sequence to around the $300 level. So yeah, that's kind of just what I'm waiting to see right now. But basically, what this is like from this low after our three-wave corrective structure on the larger time frame, we've basically been having a series of ones and twos playing out like this. This is the middle of our move, and then we had this long pullback. So I don't think this is the end of the move at all, guys. I think we are pushing higher to 300. Once we get to 300, I'll have to take a look to see if I see continued strength or like signs of weakness. But I feel like for sure we definitely have this move, this one last push coming at least to like 300 level. How's this playing out? This is like this could be a one, two, three. Maybe we'll get another now one, two, three to the upside. How do you guys feel about Elliott Wave? Like, do you guys understand like the basics of it? Do you guys want to see tutorials on that? Do you guys want me to just keep doing like stocks, or do you guys actually want to see like tutorials on how to do basic Elliott Wave principles and stuff? I know Gossam mentioned it earlier. If I could do some kind of like tutorial videos, and I'm definitely working on putting together something for you guys. But I could do like a basic overall lesson on the basics of Elliott Wave without getting into too much detail. Prime support says SPY 438 breakout bull flag. Let's see SPY. SPY. Okay, nice. And you see it right here. So this is our pole. This is our flag. There's the breakout. Good call. And this is a potential point of resistance right here. But if we break that, we should go flying. Did it with volume too. I need to update my SPY wave count. I haven't really been doing it lately. The indices are hard, guys. I'm not gonna lie. The indices are kind of hard to get a good grasp on the wave count. They can get pretty tricky. Yeah, SPY's moving for sure. That'll be a 438.11. If we can push past that, we should move. That's our most recent high right now. So See, that's why we're actually pulling back a little bit because of that level. So if we could come back and push out of that, we should be able to move higher. Oh, nice. So you see how like Tesla's actually diverging from the SPY. SPY is moving up, and Tesla actually pulled back in that time. Um, where are we? All right, so this is like now probably our ABC setup right here. I don't think the C wave is done just yet. Probably got a little bit more to go in here. But now once we get into this box, and this is like it's a probable box, right? But it could go lower than that level two. It's just the most likely scenario because that takes us to the 50 to 61.8% retracement area, which is what you want to see. That's like the ideal retracement for a second wave move. Um, but it could go as low as 78.6 or even 88. The hard and fast rule is that the second wave just can't pass the origin of this entire move right here, which was our first, right? So if we were to break this 253 level, then this this move would be done completely, right? It would be totally off. But as long as we bounce at one of these levels, we should be good. What's my level of potential of this C pullback? Yeah, so exactly. So right here, my uh my ideal level would be anywhere between 256.26 and 255.62, right? Because that would put us in that golden pocket. And I think that's where we're going to get to. And then I think that's where we'll see our bounce. The bounce I want to see on the 5 minute chart. So, I mean, I was looking at the 1 minute just to get an accurate understanding of the wave count. But ideally, I would like to see the 5 minute wick out in this box right here. And to me, that would be a bullish reversal right there. And if you could see that with volume as well, that would be even better. So right now, it looks like we literally just touched it, which is the 50% level, right? So if this is back on the 1 minute now. If this candle can close as a bullish engulfing pattern, um, that could be the signal of a nice reversal. But I think most likely we're going to pull back a little bit more into this. It literally just touched the 50% retracement. Now, there's a couple of ways to play this, right? So in terms of like trade setups, you definitely want to get in on a second wave bullish reversal, right? Because then that's going to set you up for your third wave trade. But a lot of it depends on your risk tolerance as well, right? So if you get in right here, like let's say somewhere in this golden pocket, right? You don't want to go in with your full position. And this is just like basic like trading risk management stuff that goes into it, right? Because again, analysis and trade execution are two completely different skill sets. But one thing that you can do, like Elliott Wave has built-in stop losses, right? So the closer that you can get to this level right here, which is our point of invalidation, and you can get in, the the less risky your play will be. So if this, ideally, you would want to see this pull back to even to the 88% retracement, because then if you get in over here, your hard stop loss is this level, because you know if it goes lower than that level right here, um, that's your point of invalidation. So your stop loss is already built into the play. You get in right here, it's you're gonna ride this third wave up, and if at any point it comes lower than this point of invalidation, you stop out. You know, so that's one thing. That's one way to play it. Another way to play it is let's say you get in over here and you don't want to go in with your full position, right? So let's say you go in with like 30% of your position. If it pulls back, you could average down. Um, or if it goes up now and breaks the B wave, then that's your real confirmation. That's when you can really be sure of your play. Over here, it's still a 50-50. But once you break this B wave, right, then you know you're basically on course to make higher highs and higher lows. That's when your trade just the likelihood of it going up, your chances increase a lot. So I think an ideal setup would be to put, don't go all in on this move. But for someone who wants to play this, you just put in like, let's say 30% of what you're willing to trade for this move, and then you wait for either if it retraces a little bit further, you can average down, or if it breaks the B wave, you can add to your position. Ideally, you shouldn't average down on a losing position. That's what they say, but with Elliott wave, you kind of know where your stop losses are. All right, so it looks like we are in the golden pocket now. So let's see how we react once we're in here. And when you guys are using like fib levels and stuff, those are those are generic numbers, right? So it's not going to be the same for every stock and every ticker and everything. But what you could do is use those levels and kind of like localize them to the price action of whatever you're looking at the moment, right? So if you could match up this fib level with a demand zone somewhere on the chart, or a key support level, or like a key moving average or something like that, that's when you get confluence areas, and that just increases the likelihood of your setup that much more. All right, so I'm gonna go now, switch over to in the golden pocket. I'm gonna switch over to the 5 minute, and now I'm basically gonna look for a bullish reversal over here. So the bullish reversal could basically just be we just wick out and we end up forming like a hammer candle pattern, or this candle closes hard in here, and then the next candle is a bullish engulfing candle, something like that. Keep in mind, it's still risky in the sense that you're below your EMAs, right? So um, this is kind of like an early entry, just going, just trusting the wave count, but you still haven't gotten confirmation from other technical patterns, right? So that's why I say like the safest play is probably you see a bullish reversal pattern, and then you move higher, and as you're moving higher, now you're above your 5 EMA, then you're above your 9 EMA, then your 5 crosses your 9 EMA, you take out this B wave, and now you're somewhere in here. You know, you still have plenty of room for this thing to run, and you've just decreased your risk substantially. So sometimes it's better to be a little bit more risk averse. All right, so now we got the close on the 5 minute in that golden pocket. Now let's see how price reacts on this next candle. All right, so we're going lower again, which is fine. I'll put up our fib levels again. So ideally, outside of the golden pocket, your next level would be around 78.6%, which would bring us down to 254.76. But let's see how this candle reacts. It looks like it's already wicking, like it maybe found its bottom. And then it's really important, like that you guys, um, that we don't jump to conclusions, right? That we don't just assume just because we're seeing this that you just jump in. Like you want to wait for the the price action to close over here because it could fake you out. It looks like it's going to be a shooting star pattern, but there's still 3.5 minutes left in this candle, right? So it could end up finishing a lot lower. So you want to see it close with the bullish, bullish close, and then you want to see confirmation on the next candle as well. And just by doing that, just taking that extra precaution, you can take out so much risk from the play. Then also, volume is going to be really important as well. So pay attention to how the volume changes. If this is going to be a bullish reversal and we're starting a third wave move, look for the volume to increase a lot as well. On a corrective pattern, the volume is going to be low, and you're basically consolidating and correcting, and the it's going against the major trend, right? That's why volume is low. But once you start going back with the trend, then that's when the volume is going to pick up. So far, it's looking good. It's looking like a nice reaction in this level in this area. We could take a look at it on a 1 minute to see an earlier entry. So see how the 1 minute did close with the hammer pattern, and it did so with pretty decent volume. And on the 1 minute, we look like we're above our 5 EMA, about to get above our 9 EMA, and that could be a crossover. So the 1 minute could give you a good early entry. A 5 minute is more of a sure thing. It's nice price action right there. Minute 30 left in the candle. Also look for this RSI. Another in you can also use your indicators help a lot when using Elliott wave and things like that. The RSI coming back above 50 will be super bullish. It's just another pattern, another tool that we can use to give us confidence that and more like be a little bit more certain of our move. So we got about 45 seconds left in this candle. Volume is not too high, but it's definitely picking up compared to like all of these candles right here. Nice. All right, so volume is higher than our previous candles. Pretty bullish that we came into the golden pocket and we reacted that way. I think that's a pretty good sign. So now just that's like the signal, but it's not the trigger. If anybody wanted to trade this, that would be the signal, but not the trigger. So it's showing you that it's getting ready to reverse, but it could always do a 180. So you want to wait for this next candle to come and confirm it. And again, the longer you wait, the more confirmation you get. Yes, you lose out on potential profit and stuff, but you also reduce your risk, right? So you could wait for this pattern to close, get confirmation, and then the next thing could be to wait to get above the 5 EMA and the 9 EMA and wait for those to cross over. And then the last, absolute last thing I think that you would really need is for it to get above that B wave high. And then I think it's a pretty good indication that we're going higher. So look for this volume to be slightly higher than the last candle as well. All right, and in my opinion, I mean it's a little premature, so I don't want to jump the gun just yet. But let's say that that was the second wave pullback, then again we can do our price target for like a scalp or for like a day trade. What time is it? It's 12:46. Plenty of time still left in the day for a nice day trade. Uh, this thing potentially could move to the 264 area. So if I was, I mean, I'm not scalping this. I'm just not. I don't prefer to play this as a scalp move. But if I was scalping this, that would be my entry uh, on the close of this candle in another 2 3 minutes. If it closes bullish above the EMAs, that would be my entry, and my price target for a day trade would be around 264. So I could possibly play calls at like 260 um, for tomorrow's expiry. But again, I'm not scalping it, guys. Full disclaimer, and this is again not financial advice. So I'm really more just in it. Uh, why I look at the micro counts is just as practice for my own for myself for Elliott wave my wave counts and stuff. But this is a long position to me. Like this is like leaps or far out contracts because of the bigger picture, right? This is my daily time frame, right? So you guys can see that this is the bigger picture that I'm looking at. And if you guys have been following my channel, then you guys know that we were over here, and I was basically saying we had a C wave down. I said that we would basically come into this gap area over here. That would be our second wave retracement, right, on a larger scale, right? So this that brought us down to 150, and then I said that once we got this confirmation over here, same thing, right? The exact same thing that we're looking at on the micro scales, right, on the 5 minute chart. The same thing is playing out or plays out on the largest time frames as well, right? Because that's Elliott wave, it's fractal. The same things happen over and over. So on the larger time frame, you see how we pulled back into our golden pocket, right? This is our golden pocket between the 50 and the 61.8%. And then we got a bullish reversal candle. And, if you got in at this point, then you were able to ride this entire wave as, far out calls, like with like a 200 strike, like, you know, contracts at this area would be super cheap. And, you could have made a lot of money um, if you played this because this is a nice third wave move. So it's the same thing, guys. It's the same thing that's playing out on a smaller time frame. All right, so we got 21 seconds left in this candle, and honestly, it looks pretty good. I'm not a fan of the volume over here on this candle, but you got a nice bullish reversal, and you're still getting confirmation with a decent candle. I don't want to see this wick out as a doji, but yeah. So like right now, that's not as strong as a candle pattern as I would want. So I would still wait. Possibly now the next pattern would be to get above the EMAs and to get that EMA crossover. Would also like to see the RSI get above 50. Let's take a look at it on a 15 minute. Sometimes it helps to look at different time frames. Erase this. My drawings are all over the place, guys. I'm sorry. Yeah, so even on the 15-minute, you can see the nice bullish reaction once we got into that golden pocket. If we look at it on 1 minute, we could probably analyze the wave over here. So this is most likely a first wave move playing out, the second wave retracement, and it could push higher. Right, so now a break above the 256.79, I think could be a good indication. I think just a close above the 5 and the 9 EMA would be a good signal. And then the reason why I say, guys, the price target would be the 264 on this basic uh, wave move up is because that's like the default for a third wave move. I mean, I wouldn't buy if I was buying calls. Like, I wouldn't buy a strike price of like 264 because you want to buy it. You want to give yourself a little bit more uh, a room, right? So if it is going to hit 264, I would probably get something like around 257 to 260 like strike. But again, before you do that, before anybody like takes it, you just want confirmation that this is the bounce. I think it is, but more confirmation is always better. That looks pretty good. The volume is definitely holding it back though, which is actually making me feel a little suspicious about the move. Like with the third wave move, you want to see volume push the price action. So this is my first live stream, guys. I'm just curious if you guys think that this is helpful in any way, or would you guys want to see more of this? Like, um, not just with Tesla, with any other tickers as well. Probably gonna end the live stream probably like in another 10-15 minutes. So just curious if this is something that you guys actually want to see. I enjoy it. I mean, I'm always watching the price action anyway, so I figure why not get on and share with you guys what I'm looking at. But so my suspicion is that this is Now within this move, this is a first and a second playing out. So unless it breaks this level, if it breaks this level, then we have further lower to go. But if it bounces somewhere around here again, then this is our first and our second, and then a third and a fourth and a fifth of our next wave up. But it's got to hold this low. So again, another bullish reversal candle pattern right here would be indicative of that. Very helpful, helps to have this on in the background as well because it gives good price action breakdown and understanding of Elliott. Thanks, Prime. I'm glad to hear that. All right, so then I'll try to do this, if not every day, maybe every other day. Um, and then eventually, like you guys can throw your own tickers at me as well, and then I'll take a look at whatever you guys are trading, um, see if I can kind of break break those tickers down and their wave counts and stuff. And again, there's people who trade in different ways, right? So like maybe somebody just uses like the Wyckoff schematic, or somebody uses I don't know, like just basic technical patterns and things like that, just breakout trading styles. So you know maybe this can help add something to your trading style. All right, so look right here, guys. We're looking. I think we're breaking below that original point. Yeah, we broke below it. So that means that's not the end of our second wave, our larger second wave. It's like we got lower to go out of the golden pocket. So we have a larger C wave here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see where this catches at now. All right, so then our next bounce and support in terms of fibs would be at the 78.6% retracement level, which would put us at 254.76. So let's see if we get a reversal over there. 1, 2, 3. So let's get rid of our golden pocket now because it broke lower. So our next level then would be in this zone right here. See, guys, so that's why, like I said, when you were when we were looking at this golden pocket over here, that's why you can't go all in on that because there's always the chance that it can pull lower. So over here, you could either average down, or if it went from here, you could go higher and you have some funds on a more sure trade. And like I said, ideally on a second wave, the lower it goes before it bounces, the better, because that just makes your risk that much less. Because your point of invalidation, where your stop loss would be at, is closer to your trade. So over here, it looks like we're getting the bounce now in this level around that 78.6%. But again, you gotta wait for confirmation. wait for the close of this candle, wait for a confirmation candle, and then ideally wait for price action to get back above the 5 and the 9 EMA. So last time we got a bullish reaction, but the confirmation pattern was really weak, right? We got this doji candle, so it wasn't strong enough. So that's why I was saying probably best to wait now for the 5 and the 9 EMA. If this candle can close above here and we get like an engulfing candle, that I think would be strong enough in and of itself for you, for anyone to just play this as the reversal. But you know, if we close something like this, it's not strong enough. Like if we were to get a doji, it really just shows indecision. It doesn't show reversal. Now, the worst case scenario for the bullish outlook would be a break below this 253.64, right? That because that's the point of invalidation for this entire move. So the bulls wouldn't want to see it. I mean, it doesn't really change the large picture. Like the big picture is still there, but in terms of this setup that we have going on right now, you don't want to see it break lower than this, because technically this fourth wave can come all the way down to this red line, which is the height of our large degree first wave. But in terms of this actual setup right here, where price action worked to make this first wave, you don't want to see a break below this 253.64. About a minute 30 left in this candle. Still kind of indecisive, but one thing that is happening, um, volume is picking up, and volume usually does pick up at the end of a C wave. So if this is our ABC, we would expect the volume to pick up on the C wave because you see kind of like momentum divergence. And then you would look for a bullish reversal with even higher volume than the volume on the C wave. Still pushing lower. So we're past the 78.6. So now this is our next zone right here. See how it looks on the 1 minute, so I could try to count the waves a little bit better. Got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So maybe this is our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like that. I really don't like this as a B wave at all. Most likely this is our A then. This is our B. I'm gonna get a kind of like extended C wave move. That's basically gonna kind of like form like a wedge or something. Let me zoom out now and see, like, in case this whole pattern is invalidated, what's the next setup? So this is the count that I have now, guys. We got a 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I had this as the bottom of our fourth, so I was expecting another 5 up, which we're still in right now, right? As long as we can hold this level at 253, we're still in this move. But if it breaks below that, and probably a larger fourth wave playing out over here. Like that. Get rid of this box. Okay, that's a pretty bullish reaction right there. Let's go back to the 5 minute. All right, so that's a actually really bullish reaction. Still got 2.5 minutes left, but this could be it then. And the reason why I say that is because the C wave had some pretty strong volume to end this move, and then this volume looks like it's picking up as well. Still have 2 minutes and 40 seconds left in this candle, and it's already engulfing the previous price action. As long as it can hold, then this should be the bullish reversal. And so now you guys could see this is somewhere where it would actually be a great trade setup, because this is even somewhere where I personally would even go in with like a larger play, because look how close it is to our stop loss. Our stop loss is already built in with Elliott wave, right? It's the point of invalidation. So this closes with a bullish pattern right here. You make your play and you have a pretty close stop loss that it'll take you out. You won't lose much, but the potential gain is a lot more, right? The risk to reward is a lot more, because it would be a third wave move. See how it closes. Got a minute 30 left. About 45 seconds left on the candle. Still in that bullish engulfing pattern. Volume is picking up. If we could close above our 5 um, EMA, that could be a really strong sign. 10 seconds left in the candle, and 5 seconds. Closed. All right, so that's a very nice reversal pattern right here, guys. It's basically a bullish engulfing candle. So a good it's a good reversal pattern, but again, I would wait for confirmation from the next candle. If the next candle can get a bit above the 5 and the 9 EMA, close above it, volume could pick up. That's that's more confirmation that you would want. It's 111, guys. I'm probably gonna head out at like 130. I'm hoping to see the reversal happen, so this way we know that we can have this third wave move. But yeah, if you guys enjoy this, then I'll definitely do more of this. All right, that looks pretty good so far. It looks like it's following through. 2.5 minutes on this candle. The goal for this candle would be to get it above the 5 and the 9 EMA. If it close above that, then I think we should be moving higher. The volume needs to increase as well, and RSI to get above that 50 level. The price action looks good, but sometimes the price action without those other indicators and without the volume, sometimes they're just like fake outs. So you just got to be careful. 2 minutes left on this candle. But you see, guys, so like, all right, I didn't draw this out. If we have a price target of 161.8%, right? The 263 level. Then basically right here, this is our target and this is our risk. Our stop loss is so close, right? Because our second wave came so far down before it bounced. That's actually better for a third wave trade, right? Because look at what you're risking and look at what the reward would be. That's a 9.6 in terms of your risk to reward ratio. That's huge, and that's why I basically like third wave trades. Third wave trades are the most impulsive move, um, and if you play them right, they have like the least amount of risk as well. 15 seconds left in the candle. The price action is nice. The volume is not there, but it may be coming with the next candle. Just move this out the way. Actually, no, let me keep that. Move this. Actually, down here. Okay, so now we're above our 5 EMA. That's a good sign. Candle has to close above it though. Still have 4 minutes in the candle, but it looks like we're headed there, right? So like now things are slowly starting to fall in line. We got the bullish reversal pattern, right? We got the engulfing candle. Um, RSI looks like it's starting to go higher, close to the 50. We possibly get that crossover soon. Price action is above the 5 EMA. Next would be for it to close above the 9 EMA as well. And then you get that the 5 and 9 crossover. And then the absolute, like, not the absolute last sign, but one of the last signs that can really help confirm the move up is basically taking out the B wave, which over here is around 256.81. So had this been the reversal over here, I probably, if I was playing it, would have waited for all of these things to happen, right? For the bullish reversal and for the 9, for the 5 to cross over the 9, price action to, I would have waited for all of those signs because the risk would be a lot more because the the stop loss would be still all the way down here, but my point of entry would be around here, right? But where the price action comes all the way down here, if I'm only risking this much for this upside, it's something that I'd be willing to get in over here. You know what I mean? Because it's like I said, it's a high probability setup, and then if I'm right, I'm getting all this, and if I'm wrong, I'm only losing this. So it's kind of how I look at it. A minute 40 left in the candle. Volume is still lacking a little bit. Really want to see the volume come above the average volume, but the RSI looks like it's getting there. So so this would basically be a breakout trade then. If you didn't um, play it like from this retracement zone, then the best way to play it, in my opinion, would be a breakout of this B wave. But for the breakout, you absolutely have to have volume with it. Like, so most likely, what's going to happen is you're going to see this volume be low over here, and then your average volume line is there. But then once you get this breakout in the price action, and you see the volume close high, like the volume really comes in with the break of this B wave move, that would be a good way to play it in terms of a breakout trade. Obviously, price over here would be a lot higher, right, for contracts and things as opposed to down here, but it's a little bit safer. All right, so see now, look, the volume is starting to move up. Volume starting to move up, and RSI is getting closer to that 50 level. So this could be happening soon. Our 5 is really close to crossing over our 9 EMA. I mean, it's really good that the price action on the previous candle closed above both of those EMAs. Like now you get the crossover and the break above the B wave, and I think that's pretty much a really it pretty much covers everything on the checklist. How's the overall market looking? I've just been focusing on Tesla. Okay, so SPY pulled back a little bit, and so look, SPY got a nice bullish reversal pattern right here too. Got that hammer pattern, and we got confirmation after that as well. And the hammer pattern happened with a lot of volume, so SPY might be moving up as well now. For SPY, then the breakout play would be right over here as well. This line that I have, which probably is going to align with Tesla. So 1 minute. Now another thing. So like, remember how I was saying previously, you can find patterns forming in certain Elliott wave, like like levels and stuff. So over here, you can basically see if we do get rejected over here, it's not necessarily bad because I would already take this as our first wave, and you would have a first, a second, and then a third, right? And now, if you just take a look at what that forms, it's pretty clear that it would basically form an inverse head and shoulders, right? So now that B wave line becomes more clear what it is. It's a neckline for an inverse head and shoulders, right? So if it pulls back over here, it's still not necessarily a bad thing. It'll pull back in the ABC, look for a bounce somewhere around this area, and then a break above this neckline, which is the same B wave. Sorry, guys, I had to step away for a second. How are we looking? Sunny and said, "This is great for a novice trader like me. Appreciate the knowledge." No problem, Sunny. I'm glad you're here. Glad this can be useful. I feel like it's great for anybody, even for like people who are experienced traders to see you know things that you even like myself. I like watching other people do technical analysis because people always come at it with different angles. People are always looking at different things. You pick up a lot. You know, everybody has a different style of trading stuff. So thank you. I hope you do this more often for Tesla. Oh, of course. Awesome. Thank you. I was asking that earlier too. I was saying if you guys like this stuff, then I'll do it more. So I'm glad. Love never fails 310. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've seen you comment on my videos before. No, I'll definitely do this more if you guys enjoy this stuff. I enjoy doing it because I'm always watching the price action and stuff myself. So it's nice to get on live and do it with like a little community. So thank you guys for showing up. Thank you guys for watching and supporting. I really appreciate it. All right. So this kind of looks like to me. Do you think Tesla is bullish? I do think Tesla is bullish. I'm very bullish on Tesla. So all day today, I've basically just been zoomed in and looking at like the micro count, right? So we're focused in on this right here, right? So this is what we're looking at, but this is just part of the larger picture, which even this is nothing. This is just this is making higher highs and higher lows. But if you guys see my videos, I've been bullish on Tesla since this is a daily chart, right? And you guys can see I've been bullish on Tesla. If you go and see my first video, since we were over here and correcting in this area right here when we were at like $180, I did see us having a move down to the 150 area, right, which would have been our golden pocket, and then I've been basically calling for around 300 to 340 for this move up on Tesla since we were down at 150. So definitely bullish long term on Tesla. I've been bullish on Tesla long term, and that's it's nothing special about me, guys. It's just me following a form of technical analysis that I very much believe in, which is Elliott wave principle. So just doing basic Elliott wave, uh, it gives me a price target of roughly 340. Now it doesn't have to hit that, but it could top out at like 313 or something. But overall, I definitely see Tesla going back up a lot higher. Would you say AMD is finishing an ABC? AMD on what time frame? I have it on. So this is a daily chart. It looks like it finished the ABC on a daily chart, but you mean more of a micro count? I don't have my micro count done on AMD, but I could take a look at it quickly. So assuming this was our bounce, right? This is where we're starting like a new wave up. Then we got potential 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and now we're doing an A, B, C. So I don't think the C is done just yet. The C probably still has a little bit more room to pull back. That's just a quick look at it. That's because this is clearly to me a 5 wave count right here. This would be your A wave, your B wave, most likely in the form of a zigzag. So you're probably looking at a 1 to 1, probably let it come down to maybe 109.60 around this area right here, and then look for a bullish reversal pattern. You could also target it this way using just the fib extension. See, like that would bring us right around the right into the golden pocket as well. So double confluence right there, right? So anywhere between I would say 109.60 and 108.80, 83. Sorry, 108.59. Anywhere in this level right here, AMD could possibly be finishing up this correction for a second wave move, and then we'll go higher, in my opinion. Let me get back to Tesla real quick. How do you? Oh, sorry, I missed that. Red Cake. How do you think deliveries will act on Tesla stock? So, I mean, just in general, when like as somebody who practices Elliott Wave, if you guys read up on Elliott Wave principle and everything, we don't put too much stock into news and like Fed data and things like that. It's not that we don't; we definitely do. They definitely act as catalysts, but it's hard to say whether or not one piece of news ultimately is what causes a stock to go up or down, right? Like if you look at the news articles for Tesla right now, you're going to see a whole bunch of bullish articles and bearish articles. Like Kathy Wood is selling more Tesla stock, but at the same time, Tesla is uh, it just made like another deal with what was it, Volkswagen, and so there's the news can always be interpreted one way or the other, right? So it's not so much what whether or not they beat their deliveries. Like, how many times have you guys seen a stock where their earnings comes out good, but the price drops, or vice versa? And then they say it's because, um, yeah, they beat their earnings, but they didn't beat them as like it wasn't as good as they should have beat them, or whatever the case is, right? So it's really about how the market interprets the data, and which is why there's a lot of good like TED talks on this. You guys can see about how the market and the overall economy are two different things, right? Or a company's financials. I mean, it's the category is that I fall in, where I don't rely so much on financials. It definitely plays a part for sure. But as a technical analyst and somebody who uses Elliott Wave, I I think price action is king. I think you can get everything that you need to know from price action. But going to your question, I do think, I mean, that the deliveries will be will like the numbers will be good, and it's just another catalyst that ultimately would support my take, which is that I have a bullish thesis just based off of the price action, based off the wave count, based off of what all the technicals are showing me. Um, we're moving higher, right? So whether or not you want to attribute that to them having great deliveries, uh, great numbers on their deliveries, or some new news article comes out that Tesla's opening up a new center in Spain, or they just came out with another deal over here. Like last week, he was everywhere visiting the prime minister in like India and all this stuff, and price action was running. Like I think it's more correlation instead of causation, if that makes sense. How's AMD looking, Prime? Looks like should still push lower, right? Yeah, I would say this is the target box for AMD, somewhere around here. So you see, guys, like how this basic inverse head and shoulders is forming, just like how Like I basically called out the Head and Shoulders, or said that it's potentially that we could have a Head and Shoulders when we're still over here, right? And that's not because of anything special that I'm doing. It's just more so where these patterns occur in the Elliott wave principle, right? So we had an A, B, C down, and now a 1, 2, possibly testing again for this third. It just naturally forms a inverse Head and Shoulders pattern, which you guys know is a bullish reversal pattern. So let's see if it plays out. If it gets back to this neckline over here, which is also at B wave high. Yes, we'll let it break the 110 on AMD. Yeah, I think that's a safe call. And then just going back to that prime, if you do that, right? There's no guarantee that it has to be in this box, right? But you kind of know what your stop loss is, right? Your stop loss would, at the most, right? You could have a tighter stop loss if that's what you want, depending on your trading style. But at the most, your stop loss would have to be this 105.90, because that would basically invalidate this count, right? So you have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A second wave can't come lower than the origin of the move in general, right? So um, if this is our first wave up, then our second wave can't come lower than this point. So it can come up to here, it can come to the 88% retracement, just can't break this point. So ideally, like if you could see a bounce over here, I was just explaining this with Tesla. Um, that would be an amazing buy if you could get a bullish reversal and get an entry over here, because then you're playing a third wave move and your risk to reward is really in your favor at that point, because then you're playing a large target, a third wave move, and your risk would only be uh, basically from your entry to your stop loss, the point of invalidation. But now, if it gets into this 61.8%, you have a much bigger risk, because it could still drop all this way and still be good. So in that case, you just want to look for more confluence, more patterns, above your 9 and 5 EMAs, a bullish reversal pattern, high like RSI just crossing back above 50, and everything that we're basically discussing on Tesla. This is the same thing. Sunny, and many TA traders are counting on Islam filling the gap. Islam? Tesla? Many TA traders are counting on, I'm assuming you mean Tesla, filling the gap at 230 range before making a true bounce to 270 range. Yeah, you're right. I mean, a lot of people are saying that. And I think I talked about that in my actual video. But if you see, yeah, yeah. So I did talk about that in my video. Let me see. I have it over here. I got so many charts, guys. I apologize. Um, in my last video, where I kind of give a more macro picture of what's playing out, I talked about how basically we we came down to 239, right? And we didn't fill the gap completely, but we got into this gap right here. I have it drawn over here in this green box. We came into it, and then we got a nice bullish bounce back, right? And this is on a daily time frame, right? And if you go back, we did the exact same thing, and I called out this exact same thing back here when we left this gap around the 240, around the 146 to 154 area, and I said that we were most likely drop to the gap, but we don't have to necessarily close it. So we came into the range, we touched it, and the way that I treat these gaps is that they're essentially like demand zones, right? Essentially, the idea is that the price action was so bullish that we gapped up, right? There's a lot of buyers right there. Excuse me. So we came into this gap, It acted as a demand zone. Buyers came in, and we got a bullish reversal pattern, and then we've been on this run ever since, right? Um, Also, this level kind of coincided with our 61.8% retracement, right? So our golden pocket. Now, something similar basically just happened here. We didn't have to fill this gap completely at the 230 level. We got into the gap and we bounced. Um, that's not to say that it won't. It definitely can come back if it wants to and fill the entire gap. But my point is that it doesn't have to. And then secondly, we kind of got a strong bounce where I would expect, which is above our 21 EMA, right? So us coming into the gap and bouncing like that essentially tells me that there's a lot of buyers there. We're above our 21 EMA and we're moving higher. So could this basically be a larger A, B, C pattern? Yeah, it could be. But I don't think that it necessarily has to happen that way, right? So that's why I look at it on the bigger picture, but I also take a look at it from what I see playing out in the micro account. And as you guys know, this is my micro count in terms of like it's so messy. I apologize, guys. This is my micro count, and I think that basically we finished our fourth wave retracement over here around this 239, 240 area, and now we're looking to make five waves higher, possibly testing that. Definitely testing, in my opinion, this channel top again, and potentially this 300 level. So from here, I think we're going to do basically one, two, three, four, five. And if we get rejected over here, then we're coming lower. Um, you can see we would form like a double top. But if we could break through this, like I mentioned in my video, we will definitely run higher. And that's something that I called out with Apple as well. If you guys saw my Apple video, we had the exact same situation where we had um, a descending level of resistance, which we got rejected at multiple times. And then this time around, when we came to test it again, we got rejected the first time around. By the second time we came to, uh, when we came back, we broke above it, consolidated above it, and we've been, Apple's been on a tear ever since, right? So it's almost even today, it's moving up. So similarly with Tesla, like So similarly with Tesla, if I zoom out, you guys will see the exact same thing. We have this descending level of resistance. We got rejected multiple times at it. This time around, when we're coming at it, we get rejected the first time. I think we're coming back to test it again, and I think we'll break through it this time around. But um, I just have to wait and see. Let's go to a 1 minute. See what's happening on a smaller time frame. See if this head and shoulders plays out, but we're definitely consolidating around this area. Okay, on the 1 minute, we're getting back above our 50 on the RSI. Our EMAs, I think, are crossing over. Just looking for any early indicators. But ideally, I want to see that happen on the 5 minute. So this is, if you guys were watching earlier, this exact same thing played out over here. Where'd it go? That. The exact same thing happened over here. There was basically, a battle between bears and bulls, buyers and sellers, and over here we won out. So the same kind of like range trading is happening right now, and my bias right now, based off the wave count, is towards the upside. So I do think we're gonna get a break to the upside, but if we break to the downside, then we're probably coming back into this box. So I'll show you guys the slightly bigger picture of what I'm looking at while that's playing out. Let's see this. Leave this over here so you guys can see that. But yeah, this is sort of like the bigger picture of where we're at in terms of our wave count. So we got a series of like ones and twos. So we have this 1, 2. Let me change the color. We have this 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, 4, and I believe we're getting another 5. So we're over here right now. So this whole thing could basically be um, our first wave and our second wave, and we're looking to go higher. If it doesn't continue up, could it be forming a head and shoulders? Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's definitely. I mean, I think the head and shoulders play kind of happened already, right? That's exactly what played out. That's a good observation on your part, but I think that basically played out already, and we where's, where's yeah. So this was our left shoulder, this was our head, and then this was our right shoulder, and we broke the neckline and we came down to this level. Now we're back up. Um, so that would have been, and this is a 2 hour chart. So that basically the neckline took us from 247 down to 238. Um, so that's definitely like, is that still in play now? Could be. I'm sure.
We could possibly take, you know, this as, I think the play really happened already, but it's possible that it continues on this. What we really want to see, guys, just from this like zoomed out perspective, right? Because as of right now, there's no guarantees. What we did over here is that we made a for the first time on this move, we ended up making a lower low, sorry, a lower high and a lower low. So even though we got back up over here, we could still fall off over here, and it's still a series of lower lows, lower highs, lower lows. So in order to end that, we really want to take out this move, this high right here. If we could take that high out, then we kind of invalidate this lower low, lower high, and it'll invalidate anything about this head and shoulders pattern. But once we get above here, then I think we're kind of safe, because even at that point, if we fall off again, as long as we stay above this point, then we'll be back to making higher highs and higher lows. If that makes sense, right? So from here, from this perspective, we're still, we're still at danger of falling off and continuing this pattern of lower lows, lower highs. But if we can push through and break above this right shoulder peak, then at that point, I would, if I'm a bull, I would feel a little bit more relief that we can continue to make higher highs and higher lows now. But yeah, the head and shoulders pattern, I think it played out, and it got us, down to that 239 into that gap. And we bounced. We were pretty resilient. We bounced that. See, a lot of people were like, doom and gloom when Tesla was falling like that. But if you take a look at the overall picture and how much of a retracement that is, it's really not that that bad in the entire move, right? So going from the all time, not the all time, but the low from this rally, that still puts us above a 38% retracement, right? And if we want to look at this as the first wave move right here, this is our first, and this is our second, and we want to take this entire move as a third, which is an alternate count that I have, right? Because the count that I have right now is that our third wave is still playing out, and then we'll get a fourth and then a fifth. But an alternative count would be that where we had this peak, this was our third wave move, right? So if this was our entire third wave move, one, we definitely still have a fifth wave coming, right? And then this is our larger degree fourth. That still only puts us at a 38% retracement. So that's still a perfectly valid place for us to bounce at and to get one more fifth wave up of a large degree, right? As opposed to my micro count that this is still uh, going higher for a third wave, and then we'll get the fourth, and then we'll get the fifth. So long term, this will make us like less bullish if this is the case, right? Instead of hitting like 340 to 400, maybe we'll end up topping out at like 313, that level over here, right? Maybe we'll just go to this level and then we'll drop. But in my opinion, we still have this move up, this leg at least we still have up. And as the price action plays out, I think it'll reveal which pattern it's taking, whether it's this move or whether it's basically this is all part of this third wave, and then we get a larger fourth, and then we get a fifth. How are we doing on the micro? Are we at? Did we drop a little bit more? Well, I've been talking. I missed the whole move. All right, so Tesla's pulling back, right? So we broke out of this box to the downside. So now we're pulling back into this box. It's just a deeper second wave retracement than of this move. let's see if we can put a fib retracement on this. So this looks like this could be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is our A. This looks like a long, complex B wave. And then this is our C. So that this is now the second wave of our next move up, right? So this was the second wave of this, right? So we had a 1, 2, and now in our third wave moving up, this looks like this could potentially be our first wave, and now this is our second wave. So if we measure that, that puts us at this fib level right here, which is perfectly valid for a second wave retracement, 88% retracement, and you can see that we are showing some we're bouncing basically at this fib level right here. So it's showing some good support. See how we wigged like as soon as we came back into this box and that fib level. So now what we should be in is we have 1, 2, 1, 2. Should be getting a stronger move up. Again, the point of invalidation for this entire sequence that we've been watching all day is basically right here, 253.62. If it breaks below that point, then this whole count that we've been doing since today is invalidated, but it doesn't invalidate again the larger move, right? Because that would only be invalidated at 251.17. That is super helpful. Thank you. Oh, of course. I'm glad that that was helpful and useful. And if you have any more questions, please ask. Yeah, it dropped to 254. Yep. But it's okay. I mean, it makes sense to me why it did drop to that level. So I only start to get nervous if I can't make sense of it in terms of a wave count scenario. If I could look at it and it makes sense to me in terms of its wave count, then I don't really mind it. It's just doing what it does, you know. So like again, that was our second wave, and now we have to start another 5 waves up, right? So this would be our first. I could count that 5 waves: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we're basically looking for an A, B, C down. So here's our A. Sorry, here's our A, and then our B wave is like some kind of complex, like triangle type of pattern. B waves can do that, and then here's another C wave. So it's a 3 wave move down ultimately from the correction, and this is a pretty decent bounce. And let's see how we play out now. So basically, what this should show you guys is that if you zoom out enough, that bears have been trying to drop the price, and on a micro, they're holding up. They're doing as much as they can, but they still can't break, the ultimate pattern that's playing out over here. They'll push it down, but we're moving up in waves, right? So we're taking 2 steps forward, 1 step back. So we'll get there eventually. As long as this holds up and we keep making these higher highs and higher lows, we'll get there eventually. And this is not financial advice, guys. All right. So, okay. Oh, there we go. That's something that I missed when it just happened. So on the 5 minute, that's right there is a great reversal pattern, right? And we did it with volume on the C wave down, and we did it with volume on the bounce for the potential move up. So again, now we're looking to get back above our EMAs right here, and for our EMAs to cross over. So now, if you guys wanted to get in at this point, this would have been a great entry because this would have been your stop loss because this is your 1-2 setup now. Overall, looks like a pretty choppy day, but it's really just like laying down the groundwork for the next move up, in my opinion. So sometimes you have to have days like this where it kind of just lays the groundwork, lays the foundation for the next strong rally up. Had a pretty decent day yesterday, so one of these days was definitely about to happen. I think it's setting us up for pretty decent close of the day or going into tomorrow. And one thing I don't know if you guys have noticed with Tesla, but something that just makes me think like, okay, there's something like really, really big is happening here. Is a lot of the price action is happening after hours or like pre-market. Um, if you guys like see like it runs a lot, and I feel like that's where like the big money is coming in. You know, big money, smart money, and placing their large orders and stuff, and moving the price action. Just, I mean, I'm not a conspiracy guy, but I'm just saying like it's just interesting observation. Somebody pointed it out to me the other day, and I noticed it as well. Can you explain why big money buys after hours and pre-market? I'll be honest with you guys. I'm not really sure. I wish I could explain that. I really don't know enough about why they prefer that. I feel like maybe it's because they know. I, I really don't know. I don't want to give like tinfoil hat theories and stuff, but maybe somebody else in the chat probably knows a little bit better than me. Why do big hedge funds and big money and smart money buy after hours and pre-market? I just noticed that it is what they do. They place large orders, usually after hours. I don't know if that's just they're waiting to see how the price action plays out, right? Throughout the day, and they're just waiting, and then that's when they put their orders in. Um, when retail is out and they can't really react to it, I'm not sure, or if it comes from market makers because market makers, right, their whole way of like making money is um, by keeping you guys out of puts and calls and not letting them uh, hit those strikes. Prime support says I think it's because retail buyers won't be able to affect price action after hours. Right. So that's what I was thinking. At least not in like large volume, right? Technically, like retailers could still buy after hours and pre-market, but can't buy calls and things like that. Could it come from dark pool? I've heard that a lot, honestly. It could be. I really don't know enough to like really speculate on that. To be honest with you, um, I don't know. I'll definitely have to look into that more. It is something that I'm curious about too. Is there a real like alternative reason for like why they want to place their money? Is it because I would feel like that. Retail couldn't even affect big money like that way anyway. Even if they think that retail can't affect price after hours or pre-market. This retail is nothing like compared to like big money, right? Like big money comes in with like billions and billions of dollars, like these hedge funds that just place these massive orders. But I guess retail as a whole can come in and like during regular trading hours affect price action. So maybe yeah, maybe they want to wait. Also, price action on stock is affected by the buy sell of the shares, not options. So large buy sells of shares control price after hours. Yeah, that for sure. Um, the stock is definitely affected by the shares that are being bought and sold, and not the call options. So that's definitely true. If they really want to run the price up, um, you can't buy calls and you can't play options during those times. So maybe that has something to do with it. Wait and see how we react over here. So we came back into that box again, and again we're bouncing. So definitely a bit of a demand zone over here. The volume is starting to pick up a little bit too. There's an article that just came out. The next catalyst for Tesla's stock is around the corner. This is probably the Q2 deliveries that they're talking about, right? Wall Street consensus calls for sales of 445,000 Teslas in Q2. Tesla is slated to report second quarter sales and production in the next few days, with the stock struggling to keep its momentum going after an epic run earlier this month. Tesla was the first U.S. automaker to achieve monthly sales. And it's pretty much just the Q2 earnings should be a pretty big catalyst. So, I mean, I know I've been basically bullish. I was going to say, let's take a look at some bearish possibilities just so we know. But I kind of want to see what price action does right here first. 5 seconds left in this candle. It's not a bad candle. Volume picked up. We bounced in that same zone. And we're basically testing our 5 EMA as a resistance. Sunny Ann said many people been talking about short squeeze with Tesla, but seems shorts have dug in. Yeah, I mean, Tesla is definitely heavily shorted. And I feel like short squeeze moves always usually align with, from a technical analysis perspective, with third wave moves. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a short squeeze still play out, being that we are in a larger third wave move. But that could be like another reason why actually price is moving after hours. Thinking about it now is that after hours, people like shorts who have been shorting the stock see how the price closes, and they decide whether or not they want to cover. And it doesn't have to be like all of them, but like some of them cover, and it makes the price jump a little bit. They just want to close out of the position. They change their mind. Price is running too high. It's getting expensive for them. There's different levels of short sellers, right? Um, there's bigger short sellers and um, smaller funds and everything. So it becomes kind of like a domino effect at some point. But I think they're both they go hand in hand. Like why price action and why big money and smart money are making their plays after hours, and the potential for a short squeeze and some shorts like either covering their position while others double down on their position to push the price the other way, right? So I think it was just last week where it was in pre-market where Tesla really started selling off. That could have been short sellers just doubling down. But what I do know is that if at some point, if Tesla keeps moving the way that it's moving, right, from like just the technicals, like if it continues on this trajectory, which as of right now, there's no reason to believe that it won't, because just from a technical standpoint, you guys can see we're making higher highs and we're making higher lows. Um, so the bullish momentum is not gone yet, and we're above our 21 EMA from a macro like picture of this what this stock is doing. Even to go zoom out a little bit more over here, uh, we're making higher highs, higher lows. So eventually, the price was going to have to get to a certain point, because there have been people who've been shorting Tesla since here, right? Since we hit this 200 level, and they're down. Like you'll find the articles. Like a lot of Tesla short sellers are down a lot of money right now. So the higher the price action pushes, there's they're gonna have to start covering. And I really don't want to turn this into like the whole like GameStop AMC thing, because I don't think it's even anywhere close to that. But um, you know, shorting is just a part of like the stock market, and just as there's equally big uh, funds and um, short sellers who are shorting Tesla, there's just as big funds, hedge funds that are buying, who are on the opposite side, right? Retail really doesn't have much of a much of like retail just kind of gets caught in the middle. It's really a battle between two giants, between those who are really shorting a stock and those who are like heavily supporting it, right? And you have both. Just the other day, there was the guy who's like a huge Tesla bull. I forget what his name is, but he sees Tesla going to $500 like by 2025, I think it was, right? And then like $1,500 by 2030 a share. So and that's like he's a huge Tesla bull, like multi-billionaire, and he has his fund, and he's just one guy, right? So there's both sides of it. So as of right now, it looks like shorts are getting like I wouldn't short Tesla right now, right? I mean, I'm not managing a hedge fund or anything like that, but I wouldn't short Tesla just based off of the technicals alone, right? I don't know enough about the fundamentals honestly to comment it. It's not really like my particular forte of how I trade. I like to trade off the technicals because, like I said, I think price action is king, and I think the fundamentals are reflected in the price action, and at some point they're going to catch up, or one way or the other. But you'll have clear signals for that in the price action. So from the technicals, I just wouldn't be short Tesla right now. I don't see any reason to be short Tesla. This pullback is not a major pullback at all. I mean, if you see what we've been doing since January, the overall market looks like it's pushing higher. Uh, Tech is huge right now, and Tesla is a huge AI player as well. Like everybody's on this AI run, and uh, Tesla is one of them. So Tesla is definitely a leader in that field. So I don't know. I mean, will a short squeeze play out like in the way that it played out with like GameStop and AMC like 2 years ago? I don't know. But I think the price is going higher personally. Potentially a lot higher. I could even see us honestly hitting all time highs by the end of the year. 414 definitely not not a stretch at all for us to hit 414. SPY had a good engulfing bullish candle too. Let's check it out. Nice. Yep, right here. It's a good reversal. I mean, first off, we had a nice wick to the downside. So we got support over here. Want to see the volume definitely pick up though. You don't want this to just continue this trend of like lower highs and lower lows, right? Because it could still do that. So definitely want to see the volume pick up. I want to see RSI get above 50. 2.5 minutes left in this candle. Let's see if we can break this peak over here at 437.80. So this way we can end this lower low, lower high. And Tesla looks like it's following suit too. So same thing with Tesla. I want to see the volume pick up. It's really been like low and choppy all day. So what are we at? We're at 222 right now. So we still have time left in the day to make a decent push. Honestly, if we could just get above these levels right here by the end of the day, I think it would be a good sign moving forward. So close above 256.85, I would say. Head and shoulders. Yeah, we were just talking about that. Do you mean on the micro count though, or do you mean on the macro count? Prime support on AMD. It bounced again at 110. Could it be a flat correction in this channel of 110 to 112? Let's take a look at AMD. It bounced again. Yeah, so this was my target box on AMD, right? Saying that it could go down to this level, which I think it still can. Um, I think it's still a zigzag, right? A zigzag, because this first one looks like it's in 5 waves, right? One, two, three, four, five, which is probably like a leading diagonal. Then you get a 3 wave for a B, and then one, two. I would say this is probably a three, an extended three playing out, and then a four, and then maybe a five down to this target area. Because the C wave can be anywhere from a 1-to-1 to like 138%, right? So I think this is still playing out. Either way, whether it's a flat or a zigzag, uh, that's also kind of like our target in terms of just the overall retracement of this entire wave one, right? So that kind of brings us to that golden pocket or second wave retracement. So whatever the correction is playing out, you're definitely still looking for 5 waves down over here and probably headed into this golden pocket. Yelton, you said you were saying a head and shoulders on I forget, were you saying it's on the micro count? You see a head and shoulders over here playing out? Or do you mean the inverse head and shoulders that we were talking about earlier? I don't really see a head and shoulders. Um, I was saying that this could have been an inverse head and shoulders right here. If we kind of like broke out of that, like this would be our shoulder, our left, our head, and this was kind of forming our right shoulder, but we broke out of that. And then just in terms of like where it stands in its wave count right now, then that kind of explains what basically happened over here. We basically had A, and then this was our B, and then this was our C, and now we should be starting to move higher. Looks like a sideways plane for most stocks. Yes, yes. Earlier on head and shoulders. Exactly. Gotcha, gotcha. Okay, cool. We're on the same page then. Yeah, like I said, I really think that a great indication would be just us closing above this level. Even if we could get above all of this chop, right? Because that's basically just telling us there's a lot of like resistance over here. So if we could get above this level for the day, we got about an hour and a half left. I think it would be a great sign. And then we could even, going back to what we were talking about earlier, uh, this we could see price action move after hours a lot, right? So maybe big money's waiting to see how we close. And if we can close above this, maybe big money will come in and push the price up. This is what I like about your site. Very easy to understand. Oh, I'm glad, Yelton. Appreciate it. I appreciate it. And like I said, if you guys got questions or if you guys want to give me your input as well, I'm always open to all of that. I've always wondered about big owners like Elon if they midnight pump their stocks. Yeah, we were kind of just talking about that earlier, like just about big money in general. But like, you mean like the insiders? Like if the insiders are like pumping their own stocks and that stuff? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's definitely illegal, right? But I'm sure there's always ways around stuff for insiders to pump. Like, remember when Elon was doing that whole thing with Doge and he came kind of like under fire for that? Um, and then now him like owning Twitter and everything, like he could say whatever he wants and find ways around things. It's definitely interesting for sure to see how this stuff gets handled. Like even like with the, I remember a couple years ago, excuse me guys, with GameStop and Ryan Cohen, he would be on Twitter and all everybody would just be like interpreting every single post that he made, like, oh, he means this, he means this GameStop is going to this level because of a meme, and and I fell into the frenzy of that too. Like maybe he is like giving like signs to his shareholders that the price is going to go up or price is going to go down. I don't know how much of it's true or not, but at the time when like GameStop was running and I was in that wave, um, it was crazy. Every time he would come out with a meme or something, you go on Reddit and you were like, yo, what does he mean by this? And then you would everybody would give their like crazy theories, and then it would actually play out. And not just him, but remember what was his name? I forget his name. The guy who was the huge GameStop guy. Him too. Roaring Kitty. He would put out his Twitter posts and everything, and everybody would eat it up, and GameStop would run, and it was a crazy time. When do you think we will get to this 315, 340 range if your wave theory plays out around end of July? Um, yeah, so I did a video a couple of weeks ago where I was trying to address like time targets, and like time targets is honestly really hard because just even in like the Elliott wave principle, price projections are can be very very accurate at times, but time targets, uh, Ralph Elliott and the person who came up with the theory and his like successors, they've never really been able to give like a good understanding of how to come up with price projections. So I would allow for the most time possible. There are some things that we can do, um, but I really don't know how accurate they are. So I kind of I hesitate in like trying to give like time targets. And one of them is like using this the trend the fib time extension tool, right? So I talk about in the video how if you use a weekly time frame, so you get uh, kind of like rounded numbers. So basically, I'm applying it from the first and the second to get a possible projection for a third wave move. And usually, we're going to be looking at these targets right here. So the 1.618, the 2, and then the 2.618. So those basically fall in line with July 3rd, which I don't think is going to happen by July 3rd. Um, the week of July 17th, which is very possible because that's I think that's the week that they have their earnings, if I'm not mistaken. It's definitely in this second half of July, I think, that Tesla has their earnings. Oh, it was right here, July 24th. So potentially, like that would be a huge catalyst that could push, you know, that would align. Like think about like Nvidia, and when Nvidia had their earnings, their stock ran up. Nvidia was in their third wave move, and that huge move that they had, that was during their earnings, and it was almost like $100 gap up. It was like really crazy. I think if you had bought like a 60-cent contract, that contract would have been worth like $5 or something, right? Just like the next day. But yeah, this gap right here, that was during their earnings. And so when people say like it's impossible for it to happen, it's not impossible, guys. And especially with Nvidia and Tesla have basically been leading the rally back for the market overall since January. So Nvidia kind of already had its move. I wonder if Tesla will have its move around the time of its earnings as well, right? Um, which would basically fall into this fib extension time zone, basically between July 17th and July 31st. So that's a um, potential target. But again, if you're playing with like calls and things like that, then always allow yourself the most time, right? Like 4 to 5 months out, because you really don't want to deal with like theta and stuff, like having your contracts decay. Like even if they move sideways and don't retrace that much, it's you really don't want to deal with that. So be careful with your time, guys. Well, if it's legal for Powler analysts to price manipulate a stock, why did SEC pound onto Elon on Twitter for talking? This time next year, India Gigafactory will put Tesla over the 1.52 trillion market value. Heck, the Tesla charge connector alone should have pumped Tesla over the trillion. It's all about timing for chip needs, and Nvidia hit the time. Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. I agree with that. I mean, I agree with first off with what you're saying about Tesla. I think it's definitely gonna get to that level. Um, there's so much that Elon is doing behind the scenes for the stock in general, and it's not just the EV company, guys. Like everybody knows, like Tesla is really they're all about technology. They are a tech stock, really disguised as EV at the moment, but um, they're definitely making a play, are gonna make a huge play in the AI field, right? And they're like self driving is just one aspect of it, right? But yeah, timing for sure is a huge thing, right? Like Nvidia and their chip needs, like absolutely, they just at the right place at the right time. But then it also makes you think like why Nvidia and not why not AMD or some of their other competitors? Like they're definitely doing something right as well. Exactly, but analysts think Tesla as a auto stock lately. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, that's what the fundamental analysts think, but you have to know that Elon is such a forward-thinking guy that there's no way that he's just sitting around and just it's all about just auto. Like he definitely has a few tricks up his sleeve, and he's kind of like been one of the bigger names to come out sort of against AI, like out in public, right? Like saying like we should kind of like halt it a little bit, like we don't know what we're doing. But that seems like a little ironic to me as well. Like maybe he's just trying to stack the cards in his favor. I don't know. I, Elon did say Tesla will have their own Nvidia moment. He did say that, and somebody asked him, I forget how it went, but he basically somebody said about like Nvidia is is like the leader or something. Like Nvidia was the leader in something, and his comment was along the lines of "for now." Like it was like a very like, okay, yeah, I know for now, but he definitely got something up his sleeve. And Kathy Woods too. She actually pulled out of her Nvidia. She sold a lot of shares right before Nvidia made this move, this stock jump, and then she was asked about it, and she said, "Well, everybody knows the real AI play is Tesla." So something's definitely going on. Something's definitely brewing over there. Tesla will be the place to buy chips eventually. Honestly, I can see it. I absolutely can see it. That would definitely be, that comes out. This thing is definitely going to the moon for sure. All right, so it looks like on our technical side, we want to break above this descending level of resistance that's basically been forming. It's not exact, but it's kind of like a zone. So draw a zone out like that. People wonder why you see ARK Invest pull out of Tesla while it's other peeps' money. Yeah, that's true. And then also like funds have like certain quotas and stuff where they have to like only have a certain amount of a certain stock, and like by the end of certain like time periods, I think is like by end of a quarter or a certain like month span, like they have to like rebalance their portfolios and things like that. So there's all kinds of reasons. But people will just see like ARK pulled out of Tesla, and then like they'll go with a bullish, sorry, like a bearish article, and it's another reason why I personally just don't really pay too much attention to the news, because again, so much of the news is also bought and owned by the same people that buy, and that are they're basically in the same pockets of like hedge funds and things like that. So why would I take their interpretation of what's playing out? Look closely at your chart. Upward trend is happening. Oh yeah. I mean, yeah, we've been in an upward trend for sure. This whole thing is an upwards trend. So all just a series of higher highs, higher lows. In this specific move right here that we're looking at, this is our first wave, how I see it, and it's a second wave, and we're just looking for a breakout now above this like descending level of resistance, like zone area. So once we can break above this, I think we're really going to push higher. The volume just hasn't really been there all day, so a little bit of a pullback here. Seems today's volume is quite low. Maybe many bulls are gearing up. Delivery report. Yeah, it's possible. Whenever there's like a big catalyst type of move about to happen, whether it's like Fed data coming out or something like that, you'll see pretty like choppy days, pretty low volume days because of the uncertainty, right? But at the end of the day, that's still better than like people like selling off because they're scared. they're scared, like their uncertainty is leading to them being scared, so they sell off and the price drops or whatever the case. We're still holding at a pretty good level. We are in this like um upwards trend, right? So we're not breaking that. We're holding this move right here. Ultimately, I would love to see us take out this 266, right? Which I think is coming. If it doesn't happen today, possibly tomorrow. Um, Price can run pre-market, whatever. But once we take that out, then we've kind of, like I said, ended the lower low, lower high bias. And then you guys can also see, well, whereas we already had a head and shoulders over here, we would be getting an inverse head and shoulders on a larger scale, right? Because from where we are right now, if from this peak, which was the head of this head and shoulders play right here, it would basically now become the left shoulder on an inverse head and shoulder. It would be a slightly like angled head and shoulder move, but I mean they work the same way. They could be ascending, descending head and shoulders. Why has Powell changed from 1 to 2 meetings a month to one per week in chapters? It really is a pain. Yeah, I don't know. I Like I said, guys, I personally, me personally, like when I trade, I don't give too much to like I shouldn't say that I don't give too much stock to like the macro news and stuff. That I prefer to see how the market reacts to what comes out, right? So like numbers can come out for something, right? Like there's more jobs or whatever, and you would think like, okay, that's a good thing, but then it's also like that means, well, then if there's more jobs, then we can increase rate hikes, and that's a bad thing. And then it's like good news is good news sometimes, and good news is bad news sometimes, and it's it's really not about what the news is. It's just how the market reacts to the news that really matters, right? If the market interprets something that in a positive way, but it'll show. And if the market interprets something in a negative way, whatever the logic and the justification is behind it, I personally don't care. I just want to see how is the market reacting to whatever is coming out, and that is reflected in the price action, right? If the market is bullish on something, it'll show me that it's bullish on something, and then I will just play with the market. I won't play against the market. The trend is your friend, right? So play the trend and you increase your chances of making money. It's really as simple as that to me. Longs hate it, but if you buy dips only. Longs hate it? What do you mean by longs hate it? Latest pause, the bull stayed alive till today. Yeah, yeah. I mean, we're bulls are still alive. I think they're more than alive. I think you know, I think the bull rally is really just starting. Obviously, it's really in a choppy place, even just from like the Elliott wave perspective. I've seen. I personally don't really do the count on the SPY and like the larger markets. I do kind of on the triple Q, but I've seen bullish and bearish interpretations of what's basically playing out on the SPY in terms of an Elliott wave perspective, right? So if you go to let's go to a 1 week. So this is the SPY, and try to draw this out quickly. Right, so it's really just a matter of this being our all-time highs, right? So did we come down in a 5 wave move over here? And if this is a 5 wave move, then this is a A, B, C playing out. And then long term, we're going to get another 5 wave move to the downside, right? That's the bearish thesis, right? The bullish thesis is that this is a this is a completed correction, and it's not really a 5 wave move. It's more of a one, two, three. It's more like a ABC X, ABC X, and then like another ABC, right? So like a triple zigzag or something like that. And the whole correction is complete, and now we're in a 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, right? And then we're gonna get a 4, 5, and then another 4, 5. So basically breaking all-time highs. So both we're kind of like in the middle point right now. Like we could fall off from here, or we could go here. Like I've seen the case be made in terms of Elliott wave for both. So right now it's I personally have a bullish bias. I don't. It's just my gut and my intuition from what I'm seeing from like a lot of the bigger stocks and everything. But the bear case scenario is pretty strong too. So I just do want to put that out there. There is definitely a bear case scenario to be made for the market dropping from this point on. Me personally, I'm a bull at the moment. I think we're gonna rally higher. Just buy long term investor plus buy when it drops, accumulate, not sell. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, and I think there's actually like a lot of good buying opportunities coming up. Not, I mean, it really just depends on a person's like financial like standpoint, like where they are. But like Tesla might not be so easy to just buy and hold shares for some people. But there's definitely some big buying opportunities coming out, and I think one of them is going to be Neo, right? So obviously same market as Tesla, but it can move on sympathy with Tesla, but um, again, I really don't care for that as much as I do for what the technicals are showing me, and Neo is one of them where the technicals are all lining up for a long term like buy and hold strategy where where Neo can like really run. And one of the reasons is because I use stage analysis along with Elliott wave theory, and I kind of talk about it in I think one of my last videos. But we're basically in the area right here where we are consolidating under our 30-week moving average, right? And that's a great. I mean, if you guys know anything about Stan Weinstein, and I'm learning more, right? I'm always studying like different forms of technical analysis, but Stan Weinstein basically says that the market develops in 4 stages. You have your stage one, where price is basically consolidating, right? Then you have your stage two, where price breaks out. Then you have your stage three, where price kind of consolidates at a higher level, and then your stage four, where price drops. And then the market is just constantly doing these 4 stages: one, two, three, four, one, two, three, four, right? So I kind of like line that up with Elliott wave theory as well. So when I can find something that has a stage, it looks like they're about to get a breakout in a stage two, and that aligns with a large degree third wave. To me, that's a buying opportunity. And Neo right now is about like just $10 a share. I think it's getting ready. I mean, it's not the signals are all there, but you have to wait for the actual move to play out. So a break above the 30-week moving average with increased volume, um, I think it's going to be a really good buying opportunity soon. So that's definitely something, uh, where it's just like just buy at a low price, and then just buy and hold and just watch this thing run up. Back to analyst comments on overpriced Tesla. Well, back when it was 2,100 a share, then split, where would the price and amount of shares bought be today? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Back to analyst comments when Tesla was overbought. Just found you today, but impressed. Let's check out your other videos. Yeah, please check out my other videos. And I'm glad. If you guys want to see other stocks and stuff too, then let me know. I'll try to do some videos on it. I would love to like live stream all the time. I just don't know how often I'll be able to do it. I'll try to make time for it because like I said, I really enjoy it. So, but yeah, definitely watch my other videos. And if you guys find them helpful, then please just drop a like and subscribe because it really like helps the algorithm and can kind of help us grow and stuff. But yeah, I mean, I've done videos on Nvidia. On another thing that I think is going to be a great buy are some of the mining stocks right now, right? So like Mara, I called out Mara because the Bitcoin rally is basically happening right now. My first video was actually on Mara, but then Riot, Hut 8, CleanSpark, a lot of those mining stocks. I think Bitcoin is going to have a great move up, and Ethereum. So when those run, then these stocks will run as well. Um, what else have I been looking at? Tesla, Nvidia. Um, I did a video on Shopify. Palantir, I think, is a great long-term buy. Another AI stock. Then there's AI itself. That should be a good buy. So there's definitely a lot of good moves for like long-term buy and hold and buy the dip type plays right now as well. What price target to buy Neo? So it's kind of hard to say right now, but I'm definitely gonna do a follow-up video on Neo. I mentioned this a couple of weeks ago when the Neo was having their earnings, and I made a video saying like, is it a good time to buy Neo? And I was like, honestly, I would hold off right now. I think the time is coming, but it's just not right now because the technicals aren't. It's so close, but it just hasn't. The trigger hasn't been pulled yet, right? So right here, what I'm looking for is a break above this 30-week moving average, right? So it might be like another week or 2 weeks out, but once we get this break above this 30-week moving average, that's that red line. My drawing's over here just hiding everything again, right? So once we get this break above this 30-week moving average, I'm looking for that to happen with like a significant amount of volume. And to me, that would be a great indication. Because right now we had this long drop right here. Oh, actually, wait, hold on one second. I just want to see where Tesla's at. Kind of got off track here for a second. Okay, looks like we had a nice move over there. Got to 256, and we are above our uh, EMAs as well. So we're bouncing off of our 5 and our 9. We got the crossover. Volume's picking up. We have about 30 seconds left in this candle. Let's see, guys, if we could really get above this level. If we could get above this level by the end of the day, I would be super bullish on it. But I'm going back to Neo. I think that it's getting ready for a large third wave move up. So this whole thing was the first wave when we hit about $66, and we had this long retracement, like the rest of the whole market did, right? But it's getting ready for a third wave move, and I think that's about aligned with the stage 2 breakout and the Stan Weinstein stage analysis. So I think maybe a break above um this point right here, uh $10 and like 75 cents. But again, I don't want to say that just as soon as it hits that price then just buy, but because there's other things that I want to see, right? I want to see it break out of that level, hold that level, and I want to see it do so with volume, and then possibly consolidate at that level. Once it does that, then I would feel super confident that we're going to move up. Even after that point, if it dips lower, um, that would be something where I would be like, all right, buy the dip, because again, then this would be our point of invalidation. But our long-term point of invalidation is roughly about like $1 and 5 cents. But for here, for this move, we're basically looking for a first wave and a second wave, and then that would be a good point to buy. How you feel about SoFi? I did a video about SoFi. I'm gonna come to that in a second. Elliott wave theory would be the same using Chat GBT. Yes, on the analyst late comments, they say Tesla is overpriced. What would they be saying if it were 2,100 today without the split? Right, yeah, yeah, yeah. So they were definitely saying that, it's overpriced now, and it was 2,100 at one point. I see what you're saying. Elliott wave theory, so I'm sure there's, like, even on this, right, like, on TradingView, I there's an indicator that you can use. I think it was created by, like, Lux Algo or something, where it just auto generates, like, certain wave counts and stuff. But I'll be honest with you guys, it's not that accurate. Like, it's programmed in a way to, just count waves and stuff, but it doesn't take all the rules into consideration. And, like, a lot of times, like, I tried it, just to see if it agrees or disagrees with me, and a lot of times, like, my counts don't align with theirs, and I much prefer the human eye into the wave count, because it's not just a science. There's also, like, an art to it, right? And I feel like, oh, guys, we're really pushing right now with Tesla. There it is. There it is. Okay, so we're getting price action looks good. Volume is our size above 50, which is really bullish. Volume is picking up. We have 2 minutes. This is definitely the move that I was looking for. Definitely the move that I was looking for. Breaking above this B over here, above our 5 and our 9 EMAs. We broke this descending level of resistance. Price action is looking great. Volume is picking up. Still 2 minutes for more volume to come in above our RSI and breaking this B wave. If we close above here, guys, it's, in my opinion, the next rally is coming. And it's 3 o'clock, just in time for power hour. Like, I think we're going higher, guys. I think we're going a lot higher. What are your thoughts on Tesla's delivery numbers this Sunday? Also, do you think Tesla will post negative cash flow in quarter 2? So yes, we were talking about the delivery numbers earlier, and just fundamentals in general. Um, I don't think that. I think that the delivery numbers will be better. Personally, I do think that. Wow, guys, this is hulking right now. If you guys know what I mean, this is a major hulk. That's 255 to 256, like a solid $1.50 move. Volume's picking up too, so this right here, in my opinion, is definitely a third wave move. But yeah, I think the fundamentals, they don't really necessarily matter as much to me in my form of trading, like using Elliott Wave, because I feel like it's all about how the market reacts, right? Even if, let's say Tesla has, let's say they do bad on their quarter 2 deliveries, and but the market interprets it as, but the price actually still moves up. Like, what would we attribute that to? Like, it sometimes the news isn't always correlated, or the fundamentals aren't always correlated to the price action. So that's why I think price action is king. But um, the I think we're gonna do better on Q2 deliveries, and I really don't know enough, honestly, about their negative cash flow. I haven't really, like, looked at their fundamentals lately. But that's because, like I said, I'm more of a technical analyst, and I just base everything off of the price action. But the Q2 deliveries, I've been hearing, like, a lot of good things. That basically, even in Australia, had a early they had early numbers come in, and everything looks like their deliveries are definitely going to beat. Excuse me on my ignorance about GBT, but from what I hear, some can day trade while at work. Some can day trade while at work. I mean, yeah. Uh, I mean, I definitely do. Um, I mean, right now I'm working remotely, but even when I went into the office, I definitely day traded. But I don't know. I'm not sure what you mean by Chat GBT, like, uh, to trade at. Um, yeah, I mean, you could just trade through any brokerage. Wow, nice push up. Yep, that was a really strong candle, guys, and we closed right where I wanted it to. Now we wanted to just see a nice confirmation candle to follow up. Hope Tesla can get to where it can't be shorted by Bill Gates. Yeah, I know Bill Gates is a huge Tesla bear. and I know Elon's been trolling him about that as well. Now, look, in my personal opinion, guys, shorts are gonna be like I said earlier. I wouldn't want to be short Tesla right now. All the technicals are showing me that this is moving a lot higher, and I don't know how much the shorts can keep it down. Um, but yeah, guys, this was a really strong move. This was basically the move that I've been talking about since over here, right? But you see how long it took for this to play out. Uh, we got a we got the real reversal around here, and then this was our first wave up, second wave down, and now should be starting a third wave up because this candle right here looks really good. Volume looked decent, but we need a confirmation. We can't just let we can't just undo what we just did. So you want to see strong follow through action. As long as it holds above its 5 EMA, like it can wick out off of it, bounce off of it, and push higher. I mean, it's power hour. I feel like I might as well stay on. I didn't really plan to be on this long today, but I'm enjoying it, guys, and I hope you guys are enjoying it as well. Do you day trade? I do day trade. I'm not day trading Tesla right now. Like I said, I think this is a long term play. Appreciate it. Yes, love this. I'll stay the full time. This is very helpful. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome, guys. Really appreciate you guys being here. And if you guys could, like, I mean, I hate to be that YouTuber, but if you guys could, like, share this and with people that you think would enjoy it, other people that friends, family that trade, and if this is something like I just want to build the community. I feel like I really enjoy this, so I would love to have a huge community that we could just build and just talk stocks and trades and things like that. So if you guys find it helpful, then please just leave a like and share and definitely comment too, guys. Definitely comment because I really enjoy reading your guys' comments, and I think I'm enjoying this more so than actually making videos because I get to interact with you guys and I kind of get to see where you guys how you guys are looking at the markets and stuff, and that's really dope. It's 4 a.m. here in Korea, but oh wow, awesome! You're in Korea, sweet, nice. Sure. I paid 29.95 fee to learn and trade. Love site. Oh, thank you so much. Like, I'll be honest with you guys. Like, I am working on a Discord, kind of like behind the scenes. I'm definitely doing YouTube, and I want to keep on doing YouTube. Um, but I am working on a Discord, and I'll definitely like get that out to you guys. Like on YouTube, I definitely don't feel comfortable saying like, "All right, guys, get in here or get out over there," because it's just it's. I'm not trying to give anybody financial advice or anything like that, but I will be creating a Discord if you guys are interested. It's still under works where I make trade call outs, and then also where you would have access to a bunch of like my really in depth like master course that I'm working on in Elliott Wave and technical analysis in general. So look out for that shortly. But in the meantime, I'm definitely here just on YouTube, just trying to build a community as much as I can. And I really appreciate that, Yelton, and love never fails. I appreciate you guys for sure. You too, Sunny Ann. I love that you guys are like interacting as much as you are. Like that's just what makes it really fun. Very interested. Awesome, awesome. I'll definitely give you guys more information about that. There'll definitely be some like uh it's gonna take a little while. Like I'm still in like the process of creating the course itself, but I think the course will be really helpful. I'm trying to like break it down um in a way that because there's a lot. I'll be honest with you guys. I've read a lot on Elliott Wave. I've read a lot of like really really thick books, but that's just I mean that's just how I am. Like I just love reading, but then I also just love when I get into something, I want to know as much as I can about it. So I've watched every video that I can find. I've read almost every book that I can. Went on every internet site that I can. I just feel like I have a lot of knowledge on wave theory, but it's not easy to get that kind of like knowledge like fast. You know what I mean? Like so I'm trying to put it in as concise a form as I can to help teach it um, and make it like really easily digestible. 257.30 by close. After hours, I'd say it may drop. I hope so. I mean, well, not that I hope that it drops, but I hope we do get a close above what did you say 257.30? Where are we at right now? 256.74. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. I mean, if this is really a third wave move, which I think it is, right? Like let's zoom out and we'll see it on the bigger count. So that's another thing, guys. Like, it's pretty cliched, but like when in doubt, just zoom out, and you kind of see like where we are in the bigger picture of things. And I do think that this is a third wave move, and third wave moves are impulsive, guys. That's the whole reason why I'm all about third wave trades, is because they're the most impulsive moves, and like especially somebody who trades like options and stuff like that's what you want. You want fast price action um, in the highest price action in the fastest time possible, right? So that's really what makes your contracts appreciate and value a lot. So that's what I try to trade my third wave moves, and this is definitely looking like it's in the third wave move. So again, to just give you guys the overall picture, this looks like this was our fourth wave retracement after we had that huge drop from 280 to 239 coming into like this gap that we left over here. You can't really see it on this chart, but on the daily you would see it. So that was our ABC, and now we're starting a move higher. And that move higher, basically, in my opinion, is going to consist of a one, two, three, and then 4, 5, right? So this whole thing is still, in my opinion, a first wave move. But within the first wave move, um, we can obviously break it down right into an extended move. So we have a 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, 4, 5 kind of like situation playing out right here. So let's see how it goes. 257, I saw it. 257. I'm glad I found you. You are one of the better technical analysts I've come across. Wow, thank you, thank you, thank you. That means a lot. I really appreciate that. I try, guys. Like I try not to just use one form of technical analysis. Even like I think Elliott Wave is one of the better forms of technical analysis, but I don't just like rest on that. In the past, I did, but I feel like there's so many different trading styles, and you have to kind of like find the right fit for you. To me, waves just make sense. But some people they can't see the waves as well as other people. So there's other forms. There's stage analysis. There's the Wyckoff schematic. There's so many different things. There's Darvis boxes. There's supply and demand. There's breakout trading. There's so many different ways, and I think I'm always trying to look to add more and more different styles into my toolbox to just make me a better technical analyst. So definitely appreciate that. So you're saying second wave will be over 300 tomorrow? Oh, no, no, no. Sorry, don't wait, be over 200 tomorrow. Be over 300 tomorrow. No, no, I'm not saying that. I don't want you to well, definitely not tomorrow. I don't want you to I'm kind of like just drawing this to just give you a picture. Don't align it with any price targets over here right now. Um, what I am saying is that we have a few more waves on the upside for this larger wave one to play out, right? So, and it's definitely not going to happen by tomorrow because you see like basically how choppy today's price action was, right? So it's corrections are always going to take a long time, but when we move up, that can move pretty fast. But then it could chop lower, 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 and take a long time, and then move up again. Chop lower, 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 move up again, right? So that's kind of how it's going to move. So I'm definitely not going to give you guys a timing on when I think it could happen, but the idea is that after this cycle completes, right? So after this cycle completes, then we're going to look for another wave two to go back down, right? And then from there, you're going to look for another the real third wave, right? So it's not that one wave is the real one, the other. It's just it's different degrees. So then we'll have a large degree third wave start, and this will be a pretty decent move. I think when this move starts, this could definitely take us to that, definitely to test this channel top around the 280 area where we got rejected the first time. But we kind of just have to let this play out, right? Because we could push over here, and it may take tomorrow we might push, and then we're gonna pull back for another fourth wave, in my opinion, which could take a day or two, and then another push up for this fifth wave, and then this will be a pretty long correction. So it's gonna take a little while, guys. It's not gonna happen like overnight, but definitely still got the bullish bias. You guys know that. Understand? All right, cool. Cool. All right, how are we looking? We're at 257.05. I'm just talking, and Tesla's moving higher. I'm not really giving you guys a good technical analysis breakdown. I'm just chatting over here. All right, so all right, again, strong volume. We're still above our 5 and our 9 EMA, right? So that's looking really good. Hey, can you guys hear me? I feel like I got disconnected for a second. I think the screen is off. No, no, you guys can't hear me. I think the screen is off. No, no. Is this the submarine Titan? Did we lose connection? You're back now. All right, cool, cool, cool. Yeah, no, it said that it was like reconnecting or something. Can't. All right, so I'm good now. Thumbs up. Awesome. Okay. Uh, where were we at? Where were we at? Uh, Yeah, so basically we're above our 5 and our 9 EMAs, so we're looking good. We took out this move, this B wave, so I think it's going higher from here. Volume is pretty decent, but yeah, I mean overall pretty flat for the day, but that's because we had this hard pullback. We hit this fifth wave high, then we had this ABC pullback for this fourth, and we're starting. Like I said, we're just building the foundation for a bigger move tomorrow. I think. See if we could finish the day off strong. It would be really bullish if we could get to this level because then we kind of get rid of one of the highs in the down waves, right? So we're doing this. This is on a micro scale, obviously, but we could just make a higher high and a higher low. So testing our 9 EMA right now. See if it holds. Should be decent support. Should be a decent support level. So if this does pull back, guys, right? So this point of invalidation, like I said earlier on today, if it breaks this, that's fine. It just makes this whole move corrective, right? It makes this whole thing corrective if we break this point, right? But the point that I really wouldn't want to see, it still doesn't matter if it does. It just means that I would have to like redo my wave count because something's off. Is this point right here at 251.09? Because if we end up going like from here up here and then we come back down and come to like this level over here and then we bounce, that's fine as well, right? Because it just means that this fourth wave correction didn't end over here. It's actually ending over here, and this is our larger A, B, C, right? But let me erase some of these lines because I feel like it's too much. All right, so we have this would be a larger ABC, but the fourth wave would still be above. Fourth wave would still be above this first wave over here, so it's still valid in terms of wave count. It's only if we come into this low over here, we break this line, that this is no longer a valid Elliott wave count, right? So we could still break this point of invalidation, but what this would invalidate is that this is a 1, 2, 3 going higher. It would just mean that this whole thing was a 4, and then we have to start the wave higher. Seems shorts have strong resistance at 260, been rejected multiple times since yesterday. Bit concerned that we're creating a bearish handle. Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. It's definitely I wouldn't be concerned in like the longer term right now because like I said, we're still if you zoom out, we're making higher highs and higher lows. But on a smaller time frame, yeah, right. So in this structure, we're doing higher highs, higher lows. We haven't broken that yet. So as long as we're above this trend line for this, we're good. Um, so that's another reason why I wouldn't want to break this point of invalidation. So let's see how we finish off. I'm gonna be back in like 5 minutes. All right, guys. I'll just leave this playing for you on the 5 minute chart, so you guys can see the price action. All right. So leave that for you guys. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. All right, guys. All right, I'm back, guys. How are we looking? Okay, nice candle forming. So we dropped a little bit while I was gone, but I'm back. We should be going higher. Let's go. Let's see. Still above our 5 and 9 EMAs. Volume's looking decent. See if we can get a push right here. We broke out of this, so we don't need this no more. Don't leave, it goes down. I got you guys. I'll stay for the next half hour. How's that? So one thing I like to use is pitchforks. Um, so let's see if we can use this to give us some channels. We'll draw a pitchfork if this is our first wave, and let's say this is our second wave. We're actually going to change this from an inside pitchfork to a modified shift pitchfork. So let me toss this box right now. We don't need that. And let me erase this trend line. I got too many drawings on here. Toss this. All right. So see this pitchfork right now that we have, guys. I kind of explained this in one of my videos, but we're going to basically use this kind of as our support and resistances, along with our 5 and our 9 EMAs. We're getting a pretty strong move over here with decent volume, but kind of like we want to just stay like now within this quadrant. So, right, you have your 4 quadrants right here. You have 1, 2, 3, and 4. So right now, even if we just stayed in this one and moved higher, and that would be great. And then we could get a breakout to the top side, move higher, breakout, top side, move higher, right? That's kind of like what I'm looking for this to do. I want to fall back into this level 1 quadrant right here. That was a decent little push on decent volume above our 5 RSI info. I got yeah, so we're above 50, so that's good. I always like to see it above 50 because that means we're on the bullish. Like above 50, we're bullish. Below 50, we're bearish. And it gives us room to run up before we get overbought. So RSI is looking good. Volume is decent. Still not getting like the huge spikes in volume that I would love to see, like on a third wave move. So it could also be that this is playing out as a 1-2-1-2 in and of itself, which is fine. Let's break it down on a 1-minute chart. On a 1-minute chart, so yeah, this was our first wave, second wave, and now we should be starting at a third. So third waves usually are extended moves, so I wouldn't be surprised if this is a 1-2-1-2 playing out within the third wave of this first wave move, right? So you get a 1-2-1-2, and then the strong move, right? And then you get 3-4, 3-4, and then a fifth. Let's see. The micro scale is always like it's always tough to try to predict like what's going to happen because it's changing like you know changes course so many times. But again, if we were to just zoom out and just look at the bigger picture, this is what we're looking at, right? We're in a ascending channel, in my opinion. After that pullback, See, even if I were to draw a larger pitchfork, actually, I'm not gonna do that one yet. Chart is so messy, guys. And we're definitely not getting the explosive move that I wish that we could like end my first live stream on a really high note. But I'm not mad at the price action, honestly, guys. Like I said, I think it's foundation for a bigger move tomorrow. If we wanted to look at this from like a different like perspective of technical analysis, like going back to yesterday's price action, you could easily say that this is a bull flag forming, right? Because you have this pull. Where's my tools? You can say that this is our pole right here, and we got some kind of like pennant or flag type shape forming right here. So all we need is a breakout. Definitely don't want to see it break this trend line. But if it did, it would just mean that this would be a different count. This would probably be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, A, B, C, something like that. And then we move higher. Kind of like the count that I have right now. It makes sense because if you go to the count, oh, I'm on 5 minute. Yeah, this wave count just makes sense to me, like in terms of even all the fib levels and everything. This is a clear 5 wave move. This is a nice third wave retracement, first wave, second wave. This is a really nice fifth wave with a fourth. This was a really nice fourth wave pattern. Um, we had a B C followed by an X wave, followed by a Y in the form of a triangle A B C D E. That was actually like really nice. And we broke out after hours. So, guys, don't be surprised if after hours we move again today. How does this chart compare to quarter one? I mean, you mean like the last run that we had, like like in terms of this move right here, when we bounced from like 100 to 217. This move is stronger for sure. This move is definitely stronger. This was $117 move, right? It bounced around $100 and pushed to 217. And this move so far is we started at 153 and we so far at our peak at 280, and I don't even think we're done with the move yet. So it's already like $130 move. um, I didn't really go into detail with this because I feel like we all kind of wanted to watch the price action play out more so. But I do want to go into like this at some point. Maybe I'll do it like on my next live stream, like really what this means. Um, like with these boxes and everything. It's a method of Elliott wave charting that I picked up from this book I read by Constance M. Brown. She's a very like famous, like she was a hedge fund manager, very famous technical analyst. She's written a lot of technical analysis books, but she talked about this method, and this method is like really good in like giving accurate wave counts. And the basic idea about it is that this middle point, that like the most impulsive move is the midpoint of your wave, right? So in this case, the midpoint was in this range. So that so basically from here we knew we still had this half to go, right? So what that means for us right now is I think that this move right here, and this might be somewhat like people might disagree with me, even like other people who do Elliott wave. I don't know, they might have a different count, but I think that this right here was the middle of the move from 220 to 250. I think that was the middle most of the move, and I think we still have a good half of the move to go in this third wave move, right? Which is why I don't think that this is the top. I could be wrong, and if I'm wrong, like there's another wave count that I can come up with that I have as an alternative. But I want to stick with this one right now and see how this plays out because I do think that this is the middle most of the move, and from here we're gonna get like successive rallies higher, right? So like something like this, and then a fourth, and then another fifth, and then another fourth, and then another fifth. So prior to production, can you overlay Q1 to Q2 inventory or sales? I'm not really sure how to do that on TradingView. Can I overlay Q1 to Q2 inventory or sales prior to production estimate? No, I'm sorry. I really don't know how to do that on TradingView. Does anybody know how to do that? Does anybody else use TradingView on here? Don't mind me, guys. I didn't eat, so I'm just gonna take a bite of this apple. That's basically my lunch. Do I think the price will reach 262 by tomorrow? I think there's a very good possibility. Yeah, because if the wave count that I have right now is correct, which I think it is, then yeah, then it definitely will. If the wave count that I have currently is calls on Apple, well, Apple is actually looking pretty good right now. So if you had calls on Apple, I think you would be doing good. But if the wave count that I have gets invalidated, then it's not going to hit 262 tomorrow. So if it breaks below this point of invalidation, I would honestly say that if it breaks below now at this point, which is 254, then I don't think it's going to hit 262 tomorrow, because then that means we're most likely doing something like this, like going lower, and then we're going to start the rally up again. So up until that point, it can kind of just do this, and then break out higher. So then yeah, we could definitely hit 262. But I would say if we break below this point at 254.50, let's say, then I don't think it'll hit 262 tomorrow, because then they'll have a long way to go to finish this retracement and then come back up. I think time just wouldn't be on your side. But on the current on the current wave count that we have for it, then yeah, as long as it continues this, I think we could get a breakout at any point above this median line on this pitchfork. That's basically what I'm looking at now. A breakout above this median line on the pitchfork. I think you'll see a pretty bullish move. Monday is half day. Uh, I don't know. Does anybody know that? Prime support. Do you know if Monday's a half day? If Tesla misses on earnings or has a bad earning report, could it change the thesis to bearish? So my thesis would only change based off of the price action and the levels, right? Like so, because again, they could miss on earnings, but it was it wasn't as bad of a miss as anticipated. Let's say, for example, and the price action just holds or moves up a little bit. So Uh, I won't really go based off of that, but yeah, I mean that it could definitely be a catalyst that pushes the price action down, and if it pushes the price action down to the point of an invalidation level, um, then uh, then yeah, then it is possible for us to have a bearish thesis, and to be a smart trader, in my opinion, you have to be able to not just be too biased in whichever side that you are. You have to be able to be able to accept whenever your trade setup or your analysis is what's the invalidation point, right? It's like in a scientific experiment or a hypothesis. You have to have something that can be falsifiable, and if our bull thesis over here based off of our wave count is falsified, then you know we're only doing a disservice to ourselves to just put our heads in the sand and just keep thinking and hoping like that it'll go up. So okay, wait, we have a little bit of a discrepancy here. So Love Never Fails says yes, half day Monday, closed on Tuesday. Prime supports it. Monday is normal business trading day. Tuesday 7-4 markets are closed. So okay, so Tuesday we're closed. But is Monday a half day or is it a normal business day? 2:57:30 in 12 minutes. What time is it right now? 3:48. Let's see. Let's see, Yelton, if you got it. I mean, we had a nice bounce back over here. It's really choppy though. I mean, so the one thing I don't like is just how choppy it is over here. If I was expecting it to be a third wave and it's like really like this choppy, the only way that I could make it make sense is that it's a 1-2-1-2 setting up. Because usually you would want to see a third wave move just like kind of like really just take off. So again, this is if this is our first and this is our second, what it could just mean we got a 1-2-1-2, and now we get a bullish three, like a impulsive three. That's how it would make sense to me. Market closes early for the holiday at 1 p.m. Set 10 a.m. PST on Monday. Okay, it's good to know. Is this it? Last 10 minutes. Can we get that rally? It would be really poetic if on the last 10 minutes of my first live session, Tesla just pushed really hard, right? I tried to have like music on in the background this entire time, but I don't know if you guys could hear it. It's got some like lo-fi beats on. Oh, there it goes. Let's go, Yelton. 2:57:30 in 12 minutes. 2:57:30. If I win, send me that apple, not the one you ate. All right, I got you. If Yelton hits 2:57:30, we're gonna send him an apple, a fully beautiful red apple. 2:57:20, Yelton. Let's go. I mean, if you're right, then I want you to just start calling all kinds of price action. Just say 250, say 260. What made you go with 2:57:30? You're in North Carolina. All right. I'm sure they got apples in North Carolina. My chat dog told me. Is that what you were talking about? Chat GBT with Elliot Wave? Like you was that you? We're talking about Chat GBT. Volume picked up. Yeah, volume has picked up. Still not as high as I would like it, but I feel like that's gonna come on the breakout of like a key like price. I personally wanted to see like break this median line right here and get into this the third quadrant on this pitchfork, because then I feel like we can basically move along this channel. Okay, so it was you. So what did you just ask Chat GPT? What do you think the price is going to close at today? Yo, imagine like they could make an AI system that would just like literally forecast the price for you perfectly. 7 minutes. I mean, yeah, finishing definitely would want to see it finish 257.30. Where would that put us on this chart? 257.30. You got a key level that you're looking at? 257.68. Okay, so yeah, this previous high you want to see us take out. Yeah, for sure. We take this out. Definitely a good look. That's a, I mean that's a great guess. We definitely are getting to that level. It's providing some resistance because we have like we keep wicking out around there, so it's definitely providing some resistance. So maybe a push above that get us to move. Okay, here comes the volume. The volume is coming in. RSI is picking up, but we're not overbought yet. 257.01. Yeah, I mean we had a good move in the after hours yesterday, and then pre-market today. So it was up, and then we just kind of like gave some of that back. Could have been like a little bit of profit taking or whatever. Um, but it doesn't look overall like bad. Like I said, it looks like a normal retracement to me, and now we can get on with moving higher. And like like even like in the bigger picture of things, sometimes it's better when it happens that way, because like when we got this high, right, our RSI was so overbought that we were we had to have this larger correction. So sometimes it's better when it doesn't move too impulsively and just keeps stair stepping up, because then you can kind of keep these levels pretty moderate, and you won't have to deal with these pullbacks as much. Core PCE data tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Okay. Yeah, we'll see how the overall market affects Tesla. Like sometimes, it's moving in tandem with the market, and sometimes it deviates a little bit. About 4 minutes to see if Yelton gets an apple. It was nice volume on that last candle. It's definitely like some of the best volume we've seen in a while. So it tells me that overall it's we're heading in that direction, right? Like this third wave is coming. We're starting to pick up. Let's see, maybe we'll move in the after hours like we did yesterday. 257.22. Here we go, Yelton. Let's go. 257. Oh, it's so close. Yeah, yeah, I agree for sure. Oh, 257.30. Yelton, we did it. Oh, it's got to close though, right? It's got to close. It's got to close. You just wanted it to hit, or do you want it to close above 257.30? He did hit it. Yelton, you gotta be on every live stream from now on. That's it. You're stuck with us now. You gotta be on every live stream. 3 minutes. Let's go. Okay, 257. Oh, come on. We gotta hold it. We gotta hold it. 257.30. 257. Come on. 31, 33. We got a minute 30 left. Nice, nice, nice. Look at this rally. 257.35. Oh, you want it on the button? 257.30 on the button? I just I don't want it to stop. I want it to keep pushing. I want to take out this level, 257.41. I want to get above the median line. If you saw what I look like, I'd stay off videos. I mean, there's a reason why I'm not showing my face either. Now, I mean, honestly, I'll probably get a camera, but I just don't got one at the moment. Strong push to finish. Yeah, that's what I like to see. Look, we're above 257.30. That's a win in my books, Yelton. Let's close above this. We got 38 seconds. Let's push above the median line. Come on, now let's get above the median line. And I think after hours we can have a strong rally. Come on, come on. 30 seconds, guys. Oh, let's see. I mean, we might get rejected the first time we hit it, to be honest. Pretty good in giving support and resistance. 15 seconds. Let's get a push. Let's get a push. 257.50 flat. 3 seconds. 2, 1. Okay. 257.46. Not bad. Not bad. Yelton got it. Yelton said 257.30. It's not bad. That's not bad to close out the trading day, honestly. So yeah, so I think right now, like our thesis is, in terms of the micro count is still pretty accurate. Are you guys got 257.50? Yeah, some of the brokerages is slightly different. Or are you talking about after hours? 257.35. All right, guys, I'm gonna head out like literally like in like 2-3 minutes, but I just give you guys a quick recap then. And first off, like thank you guys so much for sticking with me the entire time. I really appreciate that. It's actually really fun, so I'm really enjoying it. And I'll definitely try to do this again. If not tomorrow, then maybe the day after. Uh, but yeah. So quick recap then where we are in terms of this wave count. We got a 1-2-1-2 setup, right? So we're basically in this move right here. We retraced on this fourth wave, and now we're looking to do this fifth wave higher. And in this fifth wave, we are basically trying to finish up a larger degree first. A smaller degree first wave, and in that first wave, we got this 1-2-1-2, 1-2-3-4-5. This 4, which we finished today, and now we should be starting another wave higher, right? So we did the first wave today and the second wave pullback, and now we should be doing the third wave higher, in my opinion. That gets invalidated at this point around what is that? 254.69, around there. That would be invalidated. But for right now, it's holding. Let's see. Maybe after hours we'll move higher. But then after that, then we'll look for another pullback, and then one more rally to complete this first wave. All right. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Thanks for the stream. Really enjoyed and learned a lot. Thank you so much for coming, Sunny, in. I really appreciate it. Please subscribe if you didn't subscribe. So this way, if I do decide to do this again, you guys will get the alert. I'll schedule it. Using your chart zones at close of after hours 259.67 or 255.44. Okay, let's see. I mean, if you get to 259 after hours, Yelton, you're a legend. You're a legend, and you definitely need to be back on the stream if we have it tomorrow or the day after. Love never fails. I'm definitely gonna try to do this tomorrow. I might have to do something early on in the day, but if not, then maybe I might not be able to do it for the full 9:30 to 4, but I'll try at some point to get on, either at close or something. I'll definitely try, love. Love never fails. I got you. I got you. Definitely gonna try to do this more. Please, guys, share this if you can. Share my video, share my channel with all your friends, like anybody who's just interested in trading. I just want to help. I just want to build this community and give you guys like good trades. And I know, I mean, this is just Tesla. If there's other trades that you guys are into, then we'll take a look at other stocks as well. Ali Alwadi, hey, what's up, Ali? I haven't seen you. Which frame am I trading? Which time frame? This was the 5-minute time frame that we were looking at. Yeah, this was the 5-minute time frame. I mean, we were kind of going back and forth a couple of times. No problem, Yelton. Robinhood shows closing 257.52. Okay, yeah, it's different. It's off a couple of cents from each brokerage. I think TD Ameritrade probably has it at like 257.50 as well. So that's fine. It's in the grand scheme of things, I think we're moving higher. So let's see how we go after hours. All right. So again, thank you guys so much. I'm gonna hop off now, but so like I said, guys, subscribe, and if I put out the next one, I'll schedule it, and you guys will see. I'll definitely try to do it at some point tomorrow. If not 9:30, then definitely by maybe 12 o'clock, and we'll do the afternoon, from 12 to 4 or something. All right. Robinhood scalp sense. Yeah. All right, guys. Thanks so much again, and I'll be back. All right, guys. And also, I'm going to be posting a couple of videos on. I won't be doing Tesla, but I want to do one for AMD, and I wanted to do an update on Palantir also. So if you guys are into those, then be sure to check those out as well. All right, guys. I'll talk to you guys soon. All right. Thanks so much for sharing and liking and subscribing and watching and sticking with me. I'll be back with more, guys. All right. Peace.